Hey, everybody, welcome to the pub. All right. It's definitely a different thing going on here. We're on my channel tonight. Um, it's possible that in the future I will be broadcasting on this as well as alt feed, or possibly not. We shall see. But for now, this is how it's going to be, and hopefully, some of my people and that hang out in the chat find this. I have a suspicion that they will not, which is fine. You know, whatever. We'll get through it. It's going to be a bit of a transition period, so I should have had some things figured out. Good evening, Last Dance. How you doing, Biscuit Vapes? Good to see you, man. Hope you're feeling well. Um, Maybe you can get you on here at some point if you're feeling up to it. If not, totally understand. Yeah. So, like I said, we're here on my channel now, and I suspect I will have obviously far less views because people aren't going to really know about it, unfortunately, unless they happen to see me on Twitter, which you just never know. Um, what is that? Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's how it's going to be. We're here. Hey, Martin showed up. Cool. Thanks, brother. We're on my channel here, Marty. So good to have you. Thanks for popping in, man. We're going to be missing some folks tonight for sure, which is, like I said, no big deal. Ooh, Paul Greystone. He discovered my YouTube channel. Cool. Maybe Paul will pop on by. Right on. It's like I said, it's going to be a bit of a transition, so it would be helpful if I could log in on the alt feed. I need some login info from the big dog, and he may or may not want me to have that, which I could completely understand. But in order for me to broadcast through two YouTube channels, I have to have the login information for both of them. I can't just randomly start broadcasting through whoever's YouTube channel that I want. Obviously, that would be problematic for a lot of people. So they do have to have. I have to have the email address. I have to have probably that in and of itself, and then an email will be sent from StreamYard to the email address, and then they would respond with a yes, allowing it to be broadcast on their channel. So I don't know. I'm 50-50 on. I should have had all this shit done already. As you guys know, and as you all are, we're all busy people, and setting stuff like this up definitely takes a little bit of time. Hey, there he is, man. What's up, Paul? Paul coming from my YouTube channel because I see that he just made a comment over there on the recent upload of the Manhattan. And I do hope to grow this channel as well. I'd like to do some interview stuff if I could get somebody who was interesting to be interviewed. Maybe somebody in the cannabis industry. I follow a lot of guys on YouTube who are small time YouTubers with, they get a couple hundred views, maybe 1,000 views, whatever. It'd be interesting. Anything just to get some content going. Very tasty. Give Martin a follow on on Twitter. He's always got some interesting stuff going over there. Hi, Paul. Yeah, I can imagine Biscuit probably pretty hurting, dude. But it's all for the better, right? So eyes on the prize, eyes on the end of the road, man. You'll be in a much better place. Like to hear what you Brits are gonna is gonna happen over there in the UK. Is there going to be um, is there a vote? Is that how it's going to work? There's going to be an election for your prime minister. Is it an interim prime minister? Is it a full term thing? How's it going to work? We'll have to get into that a little bit tonight. Um, Obviously, Boris Johnson is out, and them's the breaks, as he said. Maybe I think Lee is a Twitter guy. Lee might find me, so hopefully he does this thing. Okay. So Parliament votes in the new PM, and then come the next election cycle, there'll be a populist vote, right? That makes sense. Okay, I get you. Who's it going to be, Biscuit? You tell me. And what are the differences between the candidates? Are they both from one party? Both. Yeah, this just shows you how little we get about it over here. I mean, I see some, but very little British news. Just Tory party members. Truss is the next PM. Okay. So Tory was the party that Boris Johnson was from, correct? So they're going to replace him with the members of his party. That would make sense. I see. Yep. Okay. The members of the party, not the MPs. Liz Truss is most likely by the polls. Okay. Oh, I see. So the members of the party mean all of the members of that party. Oh, that's interesting. Must be pissing off some people who are not members of the Tory. That's like, what, half the country or something? That's nuts, man. Another day here fighting the endless battle against the weeds. It's craziness. Can't get a handle on these things. I don't know how people stay on top of it, man. And I am really dead set against using Roundup. See if my lady found this thing. Let's get her going here. Where are you at? Yeah, I don't know. You guys got any other methods for mass killing of weeds and unwanted vegetation? Let me know. And I'm not using Roundup. That shit's nasty. I'm not into it. Cancer. Fire. Mulch won't kill the weeds, though. Right? I mean, they'll just grow right through it. I'd have to put a weed mat down. This would have to be done in early spring before everything starts growing. I've done the fire thing before, and I will tell you, it does seem to come back. Hey, McGrandy, what's up, dude? Yeah, should be pulled by hand. We got these fucking things, man, that have these big, almost football-shaped leaves That taproot must go down 2 feet, man. I mean, you will break your back trying to pull these things straight out. It's not burdock, but I could do a picture of this. I could even fucking pick one and bring it in here and show you guys. But some of them come up easy, as you guys know, and some of them are just a son of a bitch. You can always just cut them down and then they just come back, because that's the lazy way to do it. There's my ashtray. There we go. Well, yeah. So I got to tell you guys, my lady wanted me to recommend a particular dish to you. We made it tonight. Stanley Tucci, who became famous for making a cocktail. I can't remember how to pronounce it. I don't want to get it wrong because it's one of those words. Negroni? That's it, right? Okay, yeah. So he has this recipe for pasta with zucchini, which we made today, and pretty damn good. Pretty simple, very good. Yeah, dig it up and start fresh, right? I know. Catch them in the spring when they're dormant, small, half dead. I don't think most weeds do die over the winter, I believe. So, right, theoretically, early spring, a lot of it'll, not vines. Vines, I know, obviously live for years, but a lot of the ground cover dies over the winter, I would think. Ground weeds. I don't know. I'm not a gardening expert. It just sucks when everything gets overgrown and you're spending hours and hours to just kill weeds. Whatever. Part of being a homeowner. I suppose that's one of the nice things about, apartment living. Obviously, other people do that shit for you. So it balances out. Zucchini. I normally don't love it, man, but in this dish, it's pretty in depth. You have to deep fry the zucchini in sunflower seed oil, I think, or safflower oil. I can't remember, but and then you have to refrigerate it. You have to kind of mash it. It's a pretty good recipe. It's the Stanley Tucci one. If you're interested, look it up online. It's not vegetarian because there's cheese, but if last dance, if you could figure out a decent cheese substitute, it's essentially, aside from that, vegetarian. Yeah, I hear you, Mac. It's one of those things. It's time, Time ain't on our side when it comes to that. If I'm gone for 10 hours a day, I come home after usually a pretty hard day of work. It's not like I'm going to jump into the garden and start weeding. It's damn near impossible. But you're right. That is what it takes, I'm sure. A little bit of time here and there. Let's check. Did I get any DMs here? And nothing. Yeah. So we're not going to be seeing like our usual people. I feel bad that they don't know about it here. A lot of the guys in Troll Central, that I really do enjoy their comments. But I suppose there's no way that they would find it unless they searched it, Smokesteve's International Pub, which you would find that it is on right now. It's on a different channel, which they're all subbed to with notifications, but not to this channel. So, yeah, it's a shit show. can't really get through to them. Half of them have been banned on Twitter, I'm sure. So, it's not like I can DM everybody. And I think they have different names on Twitter, I'm sure. Um, yeah, what are you going to do? I'm not going to overthink it. Mark Coleman, cool. Selective weed killers. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't want to use Roundup or anything that's. I don't want to introduce something into the environment that could be uh, destructive beyond its use here in the yard to other people or plants. But there are some specific types. You're right, Paul. I mean, Roundup kills everything, if that's what you went with. That might be banned in the UK. It's banned in many countries. Hey, Top Bull, what's up, brother? Flamethrower. Yeah, when you burn it, though, it comes back strong, and I don't think the roots die. So essentially, burning is the same as going through with a weed whacker or a brush hog and cutting it all down. And then it just grows out of the same roots. It's very strongly, might I add, um, especially from burning. Well, yeah, we'll go ahead and get this thing rolling here. Don't have much of a spiel tonight. Been a bit of a long week, but I'd say 25 by around 40. That's the problem. It's pretty big and overgrown. So we have a stone wall. I mean, just I mean, dude, I could DM you a picture. It's yeah, exactly. Like it's kind of a wasted part of our property here, so we want to like get it usable, do something with it, but um, it's like it's impossible, man. I'd love to make it into a lawn, but or anything other than just a weed bed. It's essentially a gigantic planting bed which could be made into lawn or a garden or whatever. It just to get to that point, obviously. Nah, no, we love it here, and we could never do that, dude. Greg, we got this place at a time when the real estate market was reasonable, 7, 8 years ago, something like that, and it's gone fucking haywire lately, dude. So yeah, I mean, I would not want to be anywhere else. We love it here, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, it's uneven too, biscuit. So it's not like a mower. I have a brush hog, which is a handheld blade, like a weed whacker, but with a big metal blade on the end, which I can get it down pretty low. Um, with that, yeah, hoe out the roots. Yeah, I think the key is going to be in the spring, early. Get it down as low as possible. Get all the brush, get all the shit out of there. Get good quality weed mat. There you go, Paul. Um, yeah, my brother rented goats for like a month. Fucking things were nasty, dude. And at one point, they're eating like a bee's nest, a bee hornet's nest. They're fucking just like eating the bees. These things would eat anything. They were insane. They're just chewing machines. Goats for hire. It's a thing, and it works. They do it at golf courses. They move them around in the rough and have them just clear out the rough, which is a killer idea. No no fossil fuels being burned and gamma radiation. I've heard of biscuit. I've heard of there's something called the solar. You can cook it with basically if you put clear plastic over it for a couple of weeks, like thick quality clear plastic, and just let the sun bake it. It will kill everything. That will work. It's kind of like when if you have something accidentally laying on your lawn for a couple of weeks and you pick it up, all the grass is dead underneath. It's the same concept, but on a bigger scale. Maybe actually not clear, maybe black plastic. I'm not sure. Do you want the sun to bake it to kill it with no air, or do you want it to be just black, block the air? Don't know. Bunch of cigarette butts, put them in a jar and let them fester with some water. Interesting. Black tarp. Yeah, okay, biscuit. That sounds right. Black tarp or black, thick black, heavy plastic. Get the weed mat down. It's just a matter of getting to it early. Yeah, right. Hillbilly wisdom. I know you can catch slugs with a cookie sheet with about a half inch of beer in it. They'll congregate right into that thing for a big slug party. It gets real hot. Yeah, that's totally logical, biscuit. I like it. Right on. We are live on Twitch as well. What happens if I press this button? Okay. I will not press that button again. Still learning the ropes here, having full control on the StreamYard. And I think I can have possibly one person on this channel with admin privileges. So we'll see if that happens. I mean, maybe have a second guy. He might be able to kind of be like a mod for me, or also run the show for a night or whatever. I think I'm still getting to know this whole thing. I got to make some content. I think I should. I don't know. What do you guys think about the camera? Like, honest opinion, background camera. It's totally fucking bush league, but in a way, I kind of like it because it's sort of like a little bit of a signature. You got the fishing poles. Wow, I actually did it on the right shoulder. I'm learning this. Yeah, I am on Twitch. I have my own Twitch channel. Here's my brother. What up, homeboy? Got the fishing poles. I got some drawings by my kid, Elmo. There's Kramer. Can't see him, but he's down there. Camera. Yeah, I mean, I know I've been shedding some weight, so I'm happy with how I've been doing in that department. I know, but hey, face like a walrus, pancake, whatever. A walrus, yeah, I probably resemble a walrus. What do I got here? Wow, you following me on Twitch? Cool, thanks, bro. Getting an email notification for my first Twitch follower. That's great. Golly gee, I can broadcast on Twitch now through. Oh, that's what I'm doing here. I wonder if I was a gamer. I played one game. Do I want to do broadcast Call of Duty mobile through Twitch? It's probably doable, I would think. And I'm pretty good at it. Anyways, back to the background. You're talking like EF. You're talking like a green screen type background. That would probably be doable. I think, in fact, I know Biscuit has an app for that. Right, it's not Saturday Night Live, so don't worry about that. I mean, What's a better quality camera going to show? More details of the junk behind me? I got the decent sound from this microphone. I have multiple fans going here, so I know the background noise is kind of not great, for me being the lead guy, because I'm not really going to be muting my shit very often. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it stays as is, right? Right. I remember you had it and it would kind of, fizzle in and out. Well, you'd have fuzzy sections, good section here. You don't hear the fans. Fans! I get you. Looks like you had a total slip and nailed the caps locks key. You hit a F. You got things going in all kinds of directions there. Oh, shit. Sorry, I know you have your headphones turned up. I shouldn't have done that. Volume warning. My bad, brother. Yeah, I don't know, BF, about. You know what? We could print some pictures from the ocean. Um, as I said last week. Hey, look at that. BF says StreamYard has it too. You only have one fan? I hate this keyboard. That's funny, dude. I I don't know. Is it a traditional desktop? Last Dance? Are you a big desktop type guy? I don't think we've ever discussed. Laptop. No, I think you have a laptop because you move around. That's right. You have one fan. That's funny. Ooh, MacBook Pro. That is a sweet laptop, dude. That is way nicer than my HP um, laptop, gaming laptop. It's made for gaming. So, I mean, it's got some decent shit, graphic stuff, whatever. I really don't know about that crap. I basically looked the fucking thing up on Best Buy and was like, there's one. Purchase. Yay, let's go pick it up. Okay. Hayden said I can host a pub now. I'm going to buy a laptop. The first one I see. And that was fucking over 2 years ago, if you guys can believe it, huh? Almost 30 months, man. I think. Jeez, is that right? It is, isn't it? Man. Because it was around March 2020 that those guys closed down what they were calling the. Jesus, what was it called? I have a banner. I think I have a brand here for it. No, I don't. I'm not on that channel anymore. I don't have any brands. God, I got to get used to this. Right. So I would need to go down to the fabric store with all the strange old ladies who buy raw fabric to go home and sew with and buy a huge sheet of green fucking fleece or something, which would probably end up costing me about $100 because I would need at least, I would say, nine, probably 7.5 yards would do it. I don't know how many. Okay, maybe not that much. So that's about. That's going to be probably 4 yards, 5 yards. Something. Amazon, of course. You don't have to go to the weird store. Yeah, I don't know. They probably have a particular fabric made for it there on Amazon, not just buying some random thing. Yeah, not bad. I don't know if I want a green screen though. Something that lacks a little bit of authenticity for me. I I don't know. Maybe I'm nuts, but you know, I don't know. I kind of like a regular background, like something good. Comes with the stand. Okay. fresh bone water. Or do I want to smoke another joint? Did I put the link in the description? I did, right, guys? So, yeah, if anyone wants to join in, please feel free. 100 guests, yeah. I don't know what that is, man. But it sounds pretty nasty. PFM1 mine. We do have a bit of a military expert here actually waiting to come in. He could probably give us an explanation of that. I'm going to go ahead and add Mr. Vapes.
Hello.
How are you? You looking good, man?
You're up. Yeah.
Evening, Smokesteve, and it's good to see you, Biscuit Vapes. You do look pretty good. I'm glad to see.
Yeah, my body's a bit scarred. Well, not even scarred yet. It's still got the keyhole.
Sure.
Slipped.
But you're home, so that's a good sign.
That's right. I were only in there for two nights.
Good.
Is that what the expected time is?
No, they expected 3 nights or 4 if anything went wrong. But I was already up and about the day after. So
over there, they are trying to get you out as quickly as possible. Or
yeah,
that's how it is.
They wanted to get me out as safely as possible.
Okay, cool.
So because the first night, my oxygen levels were really low.
Oh wow, no kidding, huh?
Yeah,
it's freaky.
Basically, I were on oxygen for the first 2 days.
Did they have a cause for that?
Just because I were on anesthesia the night before, the day before. The anesthesia just caused my saturation to not stay in my system.
Wow.
So I needed to supplement my oxygen a little bit.
No kidding. Are you eating yet? Are you able to eat?
Only liquids.
No shit. So how are you getting like nutrition?
I'm using, I don't know if you have it over there, I'm using a product called Fuel 10K, and it's like a milk nutrient drink. It's got 20 grams of protein per portion.
Yeah, there's definitely similar things here, like muscle milk or whatever.
Yeah.
These different products.
And earlier on today, I had a tin of chicken soup.
With noodles?
No, just cream of chicken.
Any pain, or is it all as expected?
Just on top of my belly here, it's always in pain.
But not from eating or drinking your fluids.
I'm thinking it's with the eating thing, yeah.
Okay.
My stomach's always full.
Yeah.
No kidding.
The soup was how can I put it? It was a weird experience. I could feel it like gurgling through my entire system.
Oh wow, that is nuts. Crazy.
Oh, that must be quite something to get used to. I would be afraid, to be honest. I'd be fearful. So yeah. I admire you for going through with this.
You've got to understand that the weight that I am was more of a risk than anything that I'd just gone through.
Right. Yeah, so that's the logical way to look at it.
That's it.
One way or the other, you know.
They want me to go for another surgery though, to change my sleeve into a bypass. I've not said outright no, but I don't want it.
Huh. Yeah, I guess in my ignorance, I didn't realize there was a difference. So
yeah, the sleeve basically all they do is to take 3/4 of your stomach and take it out of your body, and then with the bypass they take your intestines and then route it into a small pouch at the top of your stomach, and then leave the bottom half to create all the fluids, and you basically digest everything in your intestines.
Huh. That's crazy, man.
And it leaves you with, like, I think 25% less in testing, so that you absorb less nutrients.
Interesting. And
That's why it's more effective. But I reckon I'll do fine with just a sleeve.
so is the thing you got like less invasive?
Not less invasive, but less involved.
Okay.
It's easier to do. And the reason why they only gave me the sleeve at this time is because the surgery would have been too difficult and dangerous at my body weight.
Okay.
And that's why they wanted to do it in 2 parts.
So they're going to get you down and then try to convince you to do another one.
Yeah,
I
but
got you.
I don't want it. I don't even think I want to have tummy tuck to reduce the saggy skin, because the pain is just awful.
Damn.
And I'd have to wear a corset for like 2 months if I have the tummy tuck.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty much purely aesthetic anyways, so
Yeah, I mean, if it causes me problems in the long run, like the skin's over my areas,
yeah.
and it causes like infections or anything, then I'd have to get it done. But other than that, I'm just going to leave it.
It is hot here. Yeah, well, shit, dude. I think it's a great step that you made here. It's awesome.
In a week, I've only lost 4 pounds, so I'm a bit pissed off.
4 is 4. You'll
Yeah,
keep,
4 is better than nothing. I
if
suppose.
you lose 4 every week, you'll be in good shape in no time at all.
Yeah,
Definitely.
50 pounds or so a year, but I think you're gonna. Oh wait, 4 times. Oh, that's like 200 pounds. Jesus. Okay, yeah, 4 a week. Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
if I lose 200 pounds, then I'd be a nice ideal about what 250 pounds probably.
so you're at about 450 now,
Yeah, something like that.
and you started over 5, right?
Yeah.
So you're kicking ass, man. That's awesome.
Yep.
Hasn't been that long. My brother chimed in there. All right, cool. Joined
Thanks,
in.
Pierre.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec. Just gonna let dog out.
Yeah, sure. So what is this mine thing that you guys were talking about up here?
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. So
Do you know what this he commented here?
no, I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, I've never don't have any idea. So
I mean, Topple knows how to get on the show. Hop
Yeah.
on Topple and explain it.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw the. Yeah, so I should have had it all set up. What do you think? So Last Dance and Biscuit, for that matter. So when I'm setting up the StreamYard, essentially, I had access to their StreamYard account before, so I went into it today, and basically, it is what it is. It was now downgraded to the free part of the StreamYard. So in order for me to basically get the better version of StreamYard, I would have had bought it through their channel, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
I think so. You can't just upgrade the free one to the
That would have been theirs, though. So I would have
StreamYard. Yeah, okay.
I would have been paying for the StreamYard for the, which I don't mind, but the alternate way that I could do it, which I just kind of learned today, was I can broadcast this through multiple YouTube channels, but I need the login information for AltFeed, which
Okay.
I don't know that Hayden would want me to have that, but he probably wouldn't give a crap. It's basically a Gmail email address. So I essentially I need whatever the email address is that the alt feed is hooked up to. So then I put that in as a channel, and then StreamYard automatically sends a verification code to that email. So on his end, he would have to maybe just forward that to me. I'm not exactly sure, but
So what's happened? Have you been locked out of that that account for now?
no, I could probably find my way back in. I'm not sure how, because the way StreamYard works, once you sign up for your own StreamYard, whenever you go to StreamYard, it goes directly to your page, kind of.
Right. Yeah. So you've signed up for your own StreamYard, and it's knocked you out of their StreamYard.
Right.
Right, got you.
So I only had access through StreamYard for them. I never had any of the YouTube admin access, which is what I need to link their YouTube channel to my StreamYard account, which I would love to have. And then everyone would be able to see it. It would come up with the same, people, the subscribers and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's where we stand. That's why this worked out the way that it did.
What was the? Why not just use the alt feed channel forever? You want to have your own branding? You want to kind of, or did Hayden say get the fuck out?
No. He gave me the number and stuff, and he allowed me to continue with access to it. It would have just been me paying for the StreamYard for the alt feed channel is basically what it is.
Okay.
And why not? I guess that's the question that I kind of wrestled with. And then, frankly, once I had paid for the StreamYard and realized that I didn't have access to their alt feed YouTube information, there was nothing I could do anyways. So I had.
See. So you paid for the StreamYard on yours. Got you.
Right. Well, I paid for it, so now I have a StreamYard account, and the only YouTube channel I can link to it is the one I have the information for, which is my own. I don't have the alt feed information, specifically the email that it's attached to, the Gmail, because it's Google owned. So the other option would have been initially, if yes, when I was on it, I upgraded their StreamYard, which I could have done, but I guess in the back of my mind, Last Dance, I am thinking that, I kind of wanted, if I'm paying for it, to at least have it attached to my own,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's
absolutely. It makes a lot of sense.
If you think about it, your channel's clean and free of YouTube's previous acquaintances with the alt feed channel,
right?
And you might actually get some more new subscribers.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, it's not like Hayden is going to be streaming again, so it's not like you're going to be able to piggyback viewers off of his thing. So I think it absolutely makes sense.
It's not that big of a loss, really. I mean, people will find you by looking for this Smokesteve's International Pub. You kept the name the same,
right? So I think ideal situation is if I'm lucky enough that he says, sure, here's the email address, put it in, then I have it going out through both YouTube channels.
Yeah, that'd be ideal.
That'd be ideal, because all the people, that I don't want to start naming names that are, like Carol, she's great. She's probably never going to find me here,
Sure.
And others.
Yeah.
And eventually,
Cup of tea, English bottle cap, all those guys.
Eventually,
Blind Fury.
Once you've done a few over on alt feed, you can then migrate it fully to your channel.
Exactly. And
we did get Paul Greystone. That was good.
Yeah.
What did we get?
Paul Greystone showed up earlier.
Oh yeah, Paul found it. That was definitely. He must follow me on Twitter, I would imagine.
Okay.
But join in, Top, if you want. I'll throw this here for Matt Grandy. Oh, wait. I gotta do this properly.
You're not intimidated by us, Greg. Give up.
No.
You're exactly.
Click the link. Join in, Mac or Topple. I know you know how to with the description. So I'm still curious as to why those times that McGrandy couldn't click the link in the description, and only if I put it in the chat.
The only thing I could think of is he's using a phone or something where it's just kind of hard to scroll down to and find that link in the description.
Right, like maybe he has the chat covering it, and he would have.
I've never done this on a phone, so I don't know what it looks like, but I can imagine it can be hard to find links and other stuff on a phone.
You have to click out of the chat to go to the description, and there's a tiny little arrow pointing down just below the actual screen of the video.
Mhm.
and it can be difficult to find on a phone.
Yep, exactly. Kids in the pool, no problem. Right on, dude.
Could just be a McGrandy thing.
It is hidden until you press the little arrow to show it.
Yeah, I remember. I started out on the phone with, yeah, when for years. I mean, all the live streams and all that I was doing, watching them all on my phone. It's not too
Really?
bad, but once you figure out the fucking computer situation, it's like, can't believe I did that. Holding the phone, like, so dumb.
Yeah,
I
hate
mean,
it.
when I used my phone, I always had it on a tripod with a little phone holder.
And it's just like a laptop, only it's too damn small.
Well, YouTube suggested it. Okay. Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, hopefully, yeah, there's something. I mean, we're at 9. That's not terrible. I kind of had a feeling it was going to be like the people on the screen, so it's something.
Like I said, because your channel's new,
Right.
it'll get upvoted more, especially if people put a like and share it.
Yeah. Like and subscribe.
You got to do that YouTube thing. Everybody click like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe, people. Come on, let's see the numbers go up.
In case you haven't already, please hit that like button. Go ahead and subscribe if you feel up to it. Yeah. It's according to, for example, Rick Beato, who's a music guy I follow, super talented, awesome YouTube
Hit
channel.
that bell.
He says, like, according to my metrics, like 30% of my viewers aren't subscribers. So, he's got like 3 million subscribers. So it's definitely something, I got to figure out all that crap, how to.
I mean, if you're doing midweek interviews and whatnot, or just like doing an interview in your spare time and then upload it, that'll help you get your numbers up too.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. Any ideas on people to interview would be great. If you guys ever come up with somebody that I might actually have
Access to.
a chance.
Not me.
Right.
Your brother's an interesting guy.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if you could afford his fees though, because
I can't.
You could always interview your dog to start.
Who?
A dog.
Yeah, you know what? I thought you said a doctor, and I do know.
Well,
I do know a couple of doctors. That one of them would actually probably do an interview here.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Topple says topless women will help. You wouldn't believe how, like the biggest Twitch channels are the most subscribers are the ones with like a woman wearing a bikini in a bathtub. It's the same thing sells no matter what. It's just
always in a bathtub.
Well, it's softcore, but because it's got to be Twitch. But even that's what gets the views.
There's a female vape reviewer called Sophie Reviews. She used to do vapes, but now she does poolside reviews with a bikini.
Yeah, exactly.
And she reviews stuff like pool cleaners and stuff. She gets
that's exactly, because you know why? Because that gets the views, which gets the money.
She's always backside at pool, and she reviews stuff like pool cleaners, air purifiers, just little gadgets and trinkets.
Topple.
I can't get anything by Topple.
Well, for example, when our boy Random Goon, another fabulous stream last night, is on the left side, it'll say like, top YouTube stream, top Twitch streamers right now, and there's one who's often on there named Amaranth, fiery redhead, fucking bikini, whatever type body and all that, and she's got like 10K
exactly
watching her.
It's amazing.
And the next guy underneath is like 1,000 or something, and she's like,
well, they're only watching it because they're all simps.
And I clicked on her stream just to see why there were 10,000 people on it. It wasn't that interesting.
It isn't. And she's when you get a close up of her face, you're kind of like, but
I mean, there was nothing wrong with her. She was a good looking woman, but
Yeah.
it's not like, I'm enjoying music. I want to hear music. I don't want to.
Exactly. Yeah, and I didn't realize it till recently that Twitter is actually got a whole entire X-rated section of it.
They do?
They do. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
totally, dude. It's if you're logged in and they know you're an adult and you search certain things, yeah, it's a whole thing. It's crazy. All weird, kinky people.
I was looking into buying a guitar lay today.
Oh, I have one. Yeah, they're fun. 6-string ukulele.
Well, it's more of a guitar, but ukulele size.
That's what I have. Yeah, it starts on the A.
Yeah, it's different tunings. It's basically a ukulele on bottom 4 strings, isn't it? And then you've got is it DNA on the top 2?
So it would be A, D, G, B, E, A.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I believe. Yeah. Hey, look who it is. It's Chip.
Chip.
Oh, man. Great. Hey, Chip. Chip, who's that bearded moron next to you? Hey, Aphid, how you doing?
Chip stealing the show today.
He's like a guitar player doing a solo. They're always looking off to the side of the.
That's right.
Yeah, he's too cool.
He refuses to look at us. We're not good enough for him.
Chippy, look over here, bud. Nope. How you guys all doing?
Pretty good, man.
Not
All
bad.
right.
How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm real good. Real good.
I'm having my one Guinness for the night.
Oh, are you? Oh, you're enjoying yourself a little bit there.
A little bit, yep.
You decided to fuck it, or just like you got better news?
I got better news, and so there was no evidence of permanent damage. So it's just take it easy, buddy, is kind of the message, and so I'm doing
looking forward to getting absolutely smashed on half a beer.
Exactly.
I don't know how that works. I don't remember how that works.
According to the doctors, if I have any kind of alcohol, it absolutely smashes me and stays in my system for longer.
Okay. Well, the only way to know is to try and see what happens.
Right. Well,
Not going to do it for at least 8-9 months. So I want to lose a bit of weight before I start drinking any alcohol. It's too fattening.
Yep.
It is 7 calories per gram.
Yep.
And fat is 9, so you could definitely put down some booze.
Yep.
And look who it is. He found us. Lee Howells. What's up, bro?
All right.
Hi guys, how are you all?
Hey, Lee, how did you find this?
Through Steve's Twitter.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah. Why'd you say that then? Because I went through YouTube and obviously I couldn't find you there. So something happened, or?
Now, did you search through YouTube Smokesteve's International Pub?
I did. That's how I found it.
Yeah.
And you didn't find it with that
I
link?
didn't. No, I didn't find it with that. No.
Oh, I did.
So, right. That's weird.
Did you use the American spelling, Lee?
Did you do Smokesteve 1 word or 2 words?
2 words. Yeah.
Oh, I did 1 word.
Right.
Son of a bitch. They are
'Cause
that finite on the searches?
I guess. Yeah, I subbed you on my my personal channel, and I didn't on my Aphid Lip. So when I logged on here a minute ago, that's the only way I could find you. I was like, oh, that'll be the easiest way.
If it's,
And I did
if it's
Smokesteve.
popular enough, you can abbreviate it to just the first letter of every word, and it'll find.
And
find it.
this is why I named it that. Have you anyone ever noticed it? SIP, SIP.
Oh,
That
No,
never
I didn't
caught
notice it.
on. That never caught on. Like I thought it was the most brilliant thing. It's the pub. Have a sip at Smokesteve's.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Thanks.
What have I missed then? What you've been talking about?
Well, we solved some of the world's problems, but we left the hard ones for you.
Good. That's cool. Steve, did I miss the guitar? I
I
love
didn't
the
play.
guitar.
I didn't
Ah,
play tonight.
brilliant. Well, come on. There's no time like the present.
I will. I will. I promise.
That's all right then. Good.
Do you
I
know?
like it.
So, are you a military guy? You are, right? You know your shit. So, Topple says that Russia is using these mines. Do you know what they are?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he'll come on and explain it
Yeah.
to us. As he says, he's
Did you make a drink at the beginning of the show?
no.
Oh, I saw you uploaded a drink making thing. I was like, oh, I bet he's gonna play that right when he starts
No,
the
no,
show.
that was an old one. It's just in my library of
Oh.
videos. So I'll be adding more content to the
He's-
channel. Did
He's
you watch?
fleshing out his channel.
Did I watch it? Yeah, I did watch it. I don't know if I watched the whole thing, but most of it.
Cool. It's in Manhattan. Pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
I was watching. I don't think I watched you make the drink. I was listening to you explain the history of the Manhattan.
Yeah. Invented
What's everybody on tonight then? Last Dance, obviously you're having a Guinness.
That's correct.
So Aphid, what you having?
I got a Blue Moon, but I have another beer that I thought, or I don't know if it's a beer or what it is, but something to try.
Right. Biscuit, what's that?
juice.
Juice. Good boy. Well
be.
done.
Mhm.
Is the diet still going well?
Well, I've had surgery, so it's got it now, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
No choice now.
Hey,
And
good
Steve, what are
evening,
you on?
wife.
I'm having a Bud Light, but that rum, that old Barbados rum, is calling my name. So
Right.
pour up one of
Oh,
those.
Barbados rum.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Were you drinking Kraken a few weeks back?
I was, and
Yeah.
I've started following a YouTube channel called How to Drink. It's pretty entertaining. He makes good cocktails, and he did a cheap rum taste review thing, and he absolutely destroyed the Kraken. Hated
Did
it.
he? Oh wow.
And I always thought it was pretty good. He just
Yeah,
said
I like it.
Should never let another person dictate how you drink.
Exactly.
I agree, but that made me do was go say to myself, well, let's try something else. Like, I want to try something from the Caribbean, something a little more authentic, a little more aged.
Something like Malibu.
Yeah, so I went with the Barbados crap, 5 years old, small batch rum, $30 a bottle, not too bad.
Yeah.
It'll last me 5 weeks probably.
Yeah.
And yeah, we had some guests last weekend, and we got a bottle of Myers silver rum. I do not like that stuff. That stuff is rough. So there's definitely, I like, figuring out the differences in the flavors of rums.
Yeah.
It's kind of a niche thing. A lot of people just think of like pina coladas and strawberry daiquiris and stuff, but there's definitely some, like, a whole whiskey element to the rum world that people kind of ignore. Like, the people with the whiskeys have how they're aged, what kind of barrels, what they're made with. There's a whole thing for that with rums too, but it's just not as popular.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
What are you having, man? You look like little brown
Whiskey.
liquor.
It's whiskey tonight. Yeah.
What
I
kind?
I just had a hankering for it earlier on. I just thought sometimes, which sounds maybe a bit sad, but I can think of whiskey. It makes my mouth water. So I thought, yeah, I want something different tonight. Just to spice it up a bit, I guess.
What
So,
brand?
It's not an expensive. It's Bell's. So I wanted Jameson's, but I went to 2 stores, no Jameson's. I was really pissed off. So I just had to buy a Bell's in the end. So
Is that Irish?
it's Scottish, and it's okay. It's all right. There's 2 brands that are like really popular, which is Bell's and it's called the Famous Grouse.
Uh-huh.
They're sort of mid-price. They're okay, but once you start going,
Famous Grouse is really smooth.
yeah, it's not too bad. But once you get into the likes of, there's one called Chavaz, which is a single malt, which is beautiful. You've probably got that as well.
I've heard of the grouse.
Yeah, and Jameson's. I think Jameson's is very smooth.
Glenmorangie is my.
Oh, that's beautiful as well. Yeah, yeah, too. Yeah, and then you get a lot of independence because of obviously Scottish whiskey makers. So there's loads of brands of whiskey here, absolutely loads. So.
Do you get do you like Jack or Wild Turkey or any of those?
It's okay. Jack's all right, but I would prefer to have a whiskey rather than a Jack. So I drink Jack on the odd occasion, but it wouldn't be my go-to. Let's put it that way.
So bourbon, you're not a particular fond of bourbon as it goes. No.
No, not particularly.
Jack is called. What's it called? It's called paint stripper here in the UK.
clean your knives with it, that sort of thing. Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. I mean, I like it. It's definitely not the best bourbon. I'm a huge fan of Maker's Mark. Right. So much so I don't keep it around. I like it a little too much.
I have a friend who's a Kentuckian, and he's naturally proud of Kentucky bourbon, and he will not tolerate Jack Daniels because it's from Tennessee.
It's Tennessee whiskey, and technically, I guess bourbon is from Kentucky, right?
That's true. Yes, he points this out.
Yeah.
So, is he a Jim Beam man or more high end?
I think he likes the high end. He had some stuff that was very expensive that I forget what it was called, but pretty very hard to get a hold of. It's made in small batches. Everybody wants it.
Damn, sounds good.
It's good.
I'm gonna grab a glass of rum. Can you guys hold down the fort for?
I don't think so.
All right, thank you.
We're all let's all leave right now.
So, Aphid, you're looking very chilled out there. What have you been up to today?
I went and collected some money from somebody that took way too long to pay me.
That sounds rather ominous.
Yeah, is that the blood I see in your hands?
And then no, but it almost came to that. I had to tell somebody to give him a telephone call and be like,
Wow.
"You want to do me a favor?"
Yeah, pay me, please.
So he called me within minutes after I made that telephone call. And then what else did I do? Oh, I woke up at 2:30, and then luckily I was able to go back to sleep because I would have been struggling.
Yeah.
And then I guess
like
that's about it.
Biscuits rolling in dough.
Yeah. Look at that.
What's the significance of that?
I sold my phone the other day
Oh,
before
okay.
I went to surgery. I got 170 for it.
That's all right. Not too bad. Cool. And what have you been doing, Last Dance?
Oh, it was a tough day today. I had to clean out the garage. I've been avoiding doing that since my wife died 3 years ago. But
hang on. Just stop. You haven't cleared your garage for 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, no wonder that was a tough job then.
Yeah. So, it's a lot of memories. Every time I throw something away, I could hear in the back of my mind, saying, "Don't throw my stuff away. Don't throw my stuff away."
Man.
Oh, bless. Oh.
But believe me, I mean, it's going away. Like the mice are having at it. So
Yeah.
so I was just going through tons and tons of stuff that it's just tough. A lot of memories, and it's just something. But it had to be done. So my daughters came over and kind of get me going. We threw out a whole bunch of stuff. Got half the garage done basically.
That's good. That's good.
Well, that's good. I mean, you made it a like a family type deal or something. So at least you got to make some memories out of it instead of just going out there and throwing it all away.
Yep. Found a bunch of those cheap. I don't know if you remember them. The cheap Kodak cameras. You'd like disposables.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's a whole bunch of them I found that were never developed. I don't know. I'd like to develop them. I don't even know if you can
Oh,
get
that's
done.
cool. Oh yeah. I think Walmart and Walgreens both will still do it.
Really?
I believe so.
Yeah. Same situation. We were like having a house clearance. Even got a skip in because just ended up hoarding so much. And that exact situation Last Dance, Lizzie and I came across loads of Kodak cameras from when we were younger, thinking, "God, we've never got these developed. We've kept them because hopefully maybe we can do it." But it's mad. Yeah.
Man, wasn't that the treat when you'd go to pick them up and you couldn't remember what you got and you'd rifle through?
Exactly. Yeah, true, right. Absolutely.
I mean, now it's just everything's on a phone and you never even look at it because it's just you just take it for granted.
Right, and
Yeah.
the photos on your phone are 10 times better than the ones.
I
you
know
took
they
on
are.
those-
It don't
those-
make them more
I
sentimental though.
don't know.
No, it doesn't.
Them cameras are analog, and analog's always better than digital.
But they were cheap,
Oh,
and
that's true. Yeah, and you didn't have decent lenses.
they didn't have decent
No,
lenses.
yeah,
so-
it was a plastic
but-
lens.
But there's something that's like quite cool about that. I think when you do. I've got old films developed before now, and it's like I don't know, something the nostalgia behind it and everything. I think it's quite
Yeah, you're
quite
right.
cool. It's quite
You're right.
nice.
Yeah, it sort of matches up to the old pictures, from the 70s. Is that you can't make them look like that anymore
Right.
Yeah. Too right.
because of the
If
quality.
you don't mind me asking, last dance, what was your wife's name?
Judy.
Judy. All right. Okay. Oh. So it was Judy. What's your first? I just refer to you as Last Dance. So
That's not my real name.
I know that. But what's your real name?
I was going to say her name was Judy Dance.
I'll
That's Biscuit. That's what I was alluding to. You bugger.
And his first name is Last. Yeah, it's very
No,
interesting culture.
I have the same first name as Greg Topple.
There you go. Which is
what?
Like his real name, or
no, as far as we're led to know,
Ape in the
it's
face.
his,
Can't there be any ambiguity left? I'm almost doxing myself here by now. And anybody who cared could find out all my information now.
no.
Oh, it wasn't being nosy. I just wondered what.
No,
your name was.
I'm
So,
You've alluded to that before a few times here about the name thing,
yes.
so it's no biggie. So yeah, and regarding Greg Topple, that his name is as real as that picture of him, which is look closely. So you'll get it over a while. So,
yeah. I'm looking now, if I'm honest. I know I'm not find it. Anyway, I'll find it. Okay.
All right, no worries.
Yeah, too.
So is everything cooled off where everybody is, or what?
Yeah, it's
It was-
lovely and raining outside.
Yeah, we got rain. Although it's a bit heated in our house tonight because I've had a major argument with my 18-year-old daughter. So, which is all resolved now. Because Dad knows nothing. At 18, of course, they know everything. I couldn't possibly be right. What wisdom have I got? Do you know what I
I'm
mean?
lucky. My daughter's 10 and I'm God.
Don't you remember being 18, Lee? You were the same way.
Very true. Very true.
My parents were the dumbest people on earth at age 18. By the time I was 20, I thought they were pretty smart.
All right, good. I've got that.
You
to
learn
come
quickly then, Last Dance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't learn until I was 24 and I had my daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, your defiance will start soon, Biscuit. Sure.
Yeah.
The defiance level will
At
be
the
low.
minute, she's just like, she can't get enough attention and she just thinks I'm the best.
Yeah, I would like to have transported my daughter back to 10 years old tonight, believe you me. So, geez. Yeah,
Cool.
but all's well that ends well. It's all okay now.
She doesn't have it. She doesn't have enough bad influence yet. That's what it is.
Cool. So, you don't go to bed mad. You resolved it. Everything.
Oh yeah. We wouldn't ever do that. But in many ways, she can be very much like me. So we're both very stubborn. So, but yeah, but it was pandemic, and then of course, Mum gets involved, and then they're both upstairs crying, and then it's just god, pandemonium, So, but yeah, it all got resolved in the end. So,
Good. Very good.
indeed. I don't know.
Well, that's cool. I mean, thanks for sharing that with us.
Just saying, yeah, these things happen. It's life, isn't it?
Right. So, assuming ages are the same as here, she must be getting ready to move on in education, that sort of thing.
Yeah, she.
You don't have to give any specifics.
No. I just don't want to sound like I'm putting her on a pedestal, but and she won't mind me saying, make sure she's not ashamed of it, and there's no excuse about this situation that I've always maintained she must never use it as an excuse. She must always try her hardest. But she does suffer from dyslexia, so she's but she's off to university next year, so she's 1 year probably behind doing that. But she's had to go the longer route. So, but she wants to be a primary school teacher, so she's off to university next year to go and do that. So no, extremely proud of her because it's been a lot harder work for her than maybe some other children because she's had to find out how to deal with it and then find coping mechanisms to be able to get through and do it all. But no, so extremely proud of her because she's never given up, and her work ethic, where she gets that from, I don't know. Certainly not me. So absolutely superb. So yeah, so it's all good. It's all good.
Now that's a profession that's rewarded in not necessarily money, some money, but it's not recognized as a high financial gain, but it's certainly a very rewarding otherwise, profession
absolutely,
to be an educator. So
yeah,
is that something that you ever tried to talk to her, or just let her choose her path?
Choose her own path. But Lizzie, my wife, she works in a school, so so I think she's following mum's path. Though my wife actually works in a special needs school, so whereas Ellie wants to work in a primary school, normal school, if you like. So
with typical children.
Yeah, absolutely. So, cool. But so yeah, I suppose there's a little bit of an influence from there, but not that we ever pushed that on her. She just decided that that's what she wanted to do, and she loves kids like her mom, and so
that's cool.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good, indeed.
Good, it's awesome, dude. I like it. Congratulations.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers. That is good. What do your children do, Last Dance? Because obviously they're older than my daughter. So
they are. One daughter works at a government organization that we won't name further.
That doesn't surprise me. Right, following in James Bond's shoes. Go on.
And the other one is a school psychologist.
Oh wow! Right,
cool. And she works in the Baltimore County Public Schools.
Nice.
Right. That's cool.
That's very cool.
Jewish connections for you.
Which one?
What's your Hey Fid, what do your children do?
Play video games.
His children are children.
They're still young. Yeah.
I just have one. He's 13.
Right. Yeah, I've just got the one she's 18. Yeah. So yeah, he's bound to be into computer games. Yeah.
Yep.
13, huh? Stop making excuses. He should be in the mines.
And Biscuit, is your daughter? I know she's 10, but has she ever talked about what she wants to be? Whether it's an astronaut, a nurse, or has she ever mentioned it?
Not really, but she's already had 2 poems published in books.
Wow,
that's brilliant. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, that's rough, Paul Grayston.
So she's a bit of a poet then.
She seems to be. She's good at writing. She seems to have a good grasp on it.
That's cool. Right on, dude. Definitely nurture that because I don't think kids do much writing anymore at all. It's fucking crazy.
Well, she got plenty of practice. The bedroom walls before we painted and redecorated was literally covered in writing.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I have some nieces and nephews, for example. One of the 3 of them reads constantly. The other 2, the boys, constantly lift weights. That's all they do. and they're always like, "Ooh, a ball! Let's throw the ball. Let's do a front flip into the pool. Let's go lift some weights." I guess you see, maybe it's not with all of them, but what I see is a lot more of an intellectual side to younger girls, and boys seem definitely, more into sports, physical stuff. Obviously, that's not all boys, but
yeah, my daughter absolutely hates sports and PE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were gamers, but now they're sports guys. Go ahead, Lee.
was going to say, if you got children, Steve,
I have a daughter. Yeah, she's
you have a
young,
daughter.
a young teen. Yeah, she's does normal teen girl stuff. Like
Yeah,
she's into YouTube and whatnot.
yeah. Well, mine is as well. So yeah.
Yeah,
Very-
my son is
she-
like, it's
Sorry,
like,
is she
oh.
a young? Is she a younger teen? That's in like 13, 14? Like, you don't have to
Correct,
give her
yeah.
age. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
13,
yeah, and that's a nice age as well. That's a nice
It's
age.
good. Yeah,
Anyway, sorry, Aphid, carry on.
Oh
Sorry.
no, I was just gonna say the YouTube thing with Smokesteve's. My son is like, he's got a video game going that he's looking at, and he's got his phone in his lap watching YouTube videos like constantly.
No way.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
I'm the same though. I play my Switch while watching YouTube.
Are you watching other like gamer videos? So you're playing a game and watching someone else's gamer video, or are you watching like regular?
I'm
Just-
usually listening to a podcast or something on YouTube and then playing a game because I can't look at both screens.
That's cool. What's his game, Aphid?
now it's some kind of dinosaur slaying game.
Is
that
it
he's
called Ark?
into. Huh?
Ark.
Yep, that's it.
There
Yeah,
you go.
What is it? Dinosaur Slam? Is that what you said?
like slaying, like killing.
Oh, slaying.
Right.
It was either Ark or Monster Hunter. That's the only two.
I feel like he wanted to play Monster Hunter, and I think it might be like teen. And at the time he wanted to play
honestly,
it, I didn't.
Monster Hunter is absolutely fine. There's little cats that talk and stuff.
I mean, I get it, but then I would have to like research. So we just had a flat rule where you can't play teen games. Now I can play teen games.
Monster Hunter is definitely a tame game. There's no blood or gore or anything, and you literally go around like slaying dinosaurs and dragons and stuff. It's fine.
Well, shit, Aphid. I remember a few years ago you guys were playing Call of Duty together.
Well, that's only with me. He can only play it with me.
Oh,
And when he doesn't play like the actual game. He plays like what do you call it? Where we both play on the screen and go after. Well, actually, we don't even do that. We play zombies, where there's zombies coming after us, and we're both on the same team trying to kill the zombies.
Right, got you. Sounds good.
it's fun though. I mean, cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's fun. I like Call of
Kids.
Duty more. I think he's got like 5. I don't even know. Not 5, 3, 2, 1. I have no idea how many.
It's
kids
his
he
own
has.
fault, however many he's got.
Right. Exactly. Sorry.
I had the good common sense to stop at 1.
Right.
Me too.
That's me too.
Same here.
I mean, if I ever find someone in a relationship who's already got a kid, then that's fair enough. But I'm not having it anymore.
I tried stopping at 1, but we had twins.
Oh, no
Mm.
kidding, huh? They're twins? Cool.
Yeah.
Identical?
No, fraternal.
Oh, cool. Dude, a buddy of mine who's a plumber just had the same thing. 2 girls, and they're probably 2 weeks old right now. So
Wow.
he's
Oh.
such a nice kid. And when his boss told me, he said, "Oh, he's been off for a few weeks," and he said he had twins, and I thought he said he had an accident. And I said, "Oh shit, is he okay? He had an accident?" And he said, "No, he had twins." And I said, "Damn, he did have an accident." Like
His swimmers worked a little too good.
And he's not okay.
And I worked with him the other day, and he was on point as usual. But I can't believe he's got. And he's explaining to me how they do the sleep cycles with 2, which I'm sure you dealt with last dance. Like, it's different from one kid, because they don't always sleep at the same time, So
People ask me that, and I honestly don't remember. I remember it being it was just brutal for my wife and I. And
I bet.
that's what
but I
he
don't
said. Like,
remember the details.
he said, like, now, like, one kid will be totally awake, the other one's sleeping, then they switch off and on, and he's like, fuck, so we always have to be awake. Like, it's just crazy. Because
It's
you
like
guys know, like, when you have a kid, the kid starts sleeping, you both go to bed, but if there's another one bopping and bebopping around over there, then, like, what are you supposed to do,
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I think it's trauma. We just blocked it out. But both of us, we can't remember those years.
Yeah, like the until they get to
What-
2, it's just like it's so tough.
Right.
And then like some people have another one right then, and you're like, "Are you kidding me? I mean, you just
Yeah.
got over the hard part."
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
Right,
was
do it.
lucky. Winter was sleeping all the way through the night after 6 months.
Yeah, Eddie was brilliant. But I think what Last Dance is failing to tell us is that the reason he can't really remember is because he kept volunteering for foreign assignments. I reckon. He was always in Europe. It's like,
No,
how
not
the
during
kids
those.
doing, honey? Are they good? Okay, bye.
No, those were not. Those are not the years I traveled. Actually, I did travel, but it was all local,
Internal.
internal. Yeah.
Do you have any ink pen guns?
I do not. No, because I used them all, obviously.
How about those, like the umbrella that has the pin on the end that will inject the cyanide?
Oh yeah, that's a
into
good
your-
one.
You know, you've seen them all in the James Bond movies.
Not cyanide.
No.
What about a watch that you can make telephone calls on?
Oh yeah.
Apple
Did you-
Watch.
Did you ever get the news from the UK? I'm going back a few years now. Biscuit might remember his name. I don't. But he was like a Russian guy who kind of, I don't know whether he defected.
Alexei.
Yeah, and he was in a cafe.
Volkov.
He was in a cafe, wasn't he, in London?
Navalny.
And then he
Navalny,
got-
that's it.
Yeah, and they reckon they put like, I don't know whether it was radioactive.
It was polonium.
Polonium, yeah.
Was it right? So yeah, that is mad. But
No,
then
dude, do you know what they did? They went back in and they found the teapot, I believe, that had it in it. Like they,
Oh, yeah.
The teapot
was-
was radioactive. So
right? They were
Wow.
still using it and shit. You know,
You know
like
more than me. Wow.
they
yeah.
they really were able to trace it with fairly simply to exactly how it was done.
Yeah.
Whether or not how the fuck they got it into the teapot in a business with people working there, I
Yeah,
had
it's mad, isn't it? It's
got
mad.
it served to him specifically, only him. Like
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell they pulled that one off, but it was quite a job. You
I
know,
think the exact isotope was polonium 242.
And I'll tell you the other mad one, which you must have obviously would have been reported in the US as well. Do you remember the North Korean leader's brother? He was in an airport, and 2 girls came up to him, and they sort of rubbed something in his face, and then ran
Right.
off. And like he was dead like 20 minutes later, or whatever. Unbelievable.
Yep. It
And
was
supposedly-
Litvinenko was the one that was poisoned.
Was it?
Yes, Navalny is the one that was poisoned most recently, and he survived.
Oh, I
okay.
thought that's who you're
That's
talking
it.
about.
Yes.
But his
Navalny,
was a water bottle in his hotel room. I thought
no, whose?
Navalny.
Navalny was poisoned by his underwear was soaked in that nerve agent.
Oh yeah.
What's it called?
Sarin.
It's not
XRP?
sarin. It's the Russian thing. I forget what it's called.
Novichok.
But,
Well,
it's the same thing that they
Novichok,
poisoned
he just
Sergei
said it.
Skripal with.
Novichok.
Novichok, right?
So it's obviously transpermeable. He just put the drawers on after the shit dried up, and it went right through into his bloodstream.
Yep. They discovered which garment it was laced when he called up after he survived. He called up one of the guys who was on the poisoning team.
Oh shit! Homeboy found us. All right.
All right.
Very cool. What up, brother? Right on.
I don't know if you've heard this phone call where he calls up one of his poisoners, pretending to be somebody else, pretending to be someone in like the Russian parliament who's been told to do a report on why this assassination failed, and
Oh wow.
and he says, why didn't it work? You remind me which garment you used, and he said, well, it was the underwear. And, we did it the way we were supposed to, and it should have worked. But he got medical attention too quickly.
So did they have to do some? What do they do for that? It's not like chelation therapy. Like, how do you get the shit out of the blood?
I don't know what they did, but he first got.
Did they not give him a full blood transfusion or something?
I don't think so. I don't know what they did, but
That's crazy, dude.
he's for some reason he was he first was treated in a Russian hospital, and it was clear that the order came down to let him die. And somehow they convinced the hospital to release him, and he was able to fly to Germany to
Right.
receive treatment, and he recovered there. And then, for reasons that I think are a big mistake, he decided to go back to Russia. He was
Yeah,
basically-
why did he? And
Why
he
did
knew
he do
he knew he was gonna get. He even said, and the wife knew too. And he was
Well,
like,
he's-
"Well,
he was
it's
arrested basically, and he's in prison for the rest of his life now, which is just
Yeah.
stupid.
Right. He was kind of doing the whole martyr thing, you know.
yeah, I
but-
think so. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's what it sounded.
But really, how far are you going to take that and spend your life in a Russian high security prison? It's
Right.
fucking hell, dude.
And if they do decide to kill him, and he's in a good spot for them now, he can't get away. So
There's a lot
Yeah,
of
but
countries that would have
there's
taken
too-
him in.
There's too much profile for them to just off him. He's in a place where he can't do any trouble to him.
I mean, there was never any doubt as to what happened when he was originally poisoned. So I don't think Putin cares. If someone says, "Yeah, Putin did it," Putin doesn't care.
He doesn't.
He'd just have an accident in prison now. He'd just have an accident. won't he?
Exactly, it's much
course,
simpler.
of
He'll
course,
just
Yeah.
fall down and hit his head.
What
Or-
about the guy from? Did you ever get this on your news? I'm sure you did. About the guy. Shit, I bet Last Dance might even know him. He was from GCHQ. I forget his last name, but his name was Gareth, and he was found in a hotel
suitcase.
room in a suitcase, which they
Yes.
said he committed suicide, and he managed to get himself into a case. That is
Well,
unbelievable.
they were never sure. I think it was Gareth Williams.
That's
but,
it, Williams. Yeah.
They were never sure what happened, but they thought it might have been some kind of auto asphyxiation or autoerotic asphyxiation.
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean-
but come on. I mean, geez, it just stinks, that explanation. I mean, how do you get yourself into a?
Isn't
he
that
was
how
killed,
Michael
wasn't
Hutchins killed himself from?
yeah, and the guy from Full House too.
Well, Americans think that, I hate to say this, but there's this thing where we think all Brits are basically perverts, and so we're not surprised that secretly
he? Oh my God! Seriously, is that like
No,
a common?
there is a thread in American thinking like that.
Yeah.
I thought it was Germans.
Oh, we think everybody because we're such Puritans.
Seems
Yeah,
like the
everybody
Germans
who
get
at all-
freaky.
It's amazing we ever reproduce it all.
Bunch of church marms over here. What do we got here?
Bob Saget, that's the one. He auto asphyxiated himself.
Well, they don't know what happened, but he
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it
Aphid
is.
Lip knows.
We know.
Aphid Lip knows.
We all know.
Aphid Lip knew immediately. He called it right off the bat.
he had a wicked head injury. Like, didn't seem. I don't know. They said it was questionable.
Yeah. Aphid Lip knows though. That's the excuse. He got that injury when they cut him down after he was
That's
dead.
right.
No, it was Michael Hutchins from In Excess, I believe.
Him and the kung fu
yes.
the kung fu dude,
David
David Carradine.
David Carradine. Yeah.
Yeah, he did it. He had to get that. Norm Macdonald did a skit on that. And he's like, they say it's like 15% stronger than a regular ejaculation or something. He's like, I'm sorry, but that 15% just ain't worth it.
Right. 15%. That's nothing.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I guess Mr. Kelsey one's out. Fartunak need to chill with the beer. No problem, buddy.
Yeah.
Have your beer. Relax. You're
Yeah.
cool. Oh, I think Topple was trying to get him to come on. No, he's not coming.
Hasn't Mr. Has Mr. Biden apparently got COVID again? He's been
He
reinfected.
That happens with this new BA5. I'm telling you, you'll be hacking up shit for weeks, months after, and it can live there. You can test positive weeks later and have no symptoms. It's bizarre. This thing is
Really?
It's all over the place. People have it who aren't testing positive. I think it's everywhere right now. Personally, I don't know if you guys have any feelings about this. We just got over a bout of it here in the house like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
You had it?
I had it.
Yeah,
I
you
finally had it. So I missed a pub a couple weeks ago. Then a week, 2 weeks before that, I missed one. What happened was I kind of got shit faced on a Friday night, and then Saturday morning I go outside. It was during the ultimate crazy heat wave. I'm going nuts with the weeds again. I feel like every week the fucking weeds. God,
Yeah.
the weeds.
Steve, I so know what you mean, mate. I really
They
do.
won't stop growing. But,
And they mock you every time you walk past them too.
dude. And anyways, so I thought I was dehydrated. I'm looking up all the symptoms for dehydration: fever, nausea,
Internet searching.
light sensitivity. Yeah, right. So of course they're all the same symptoms for COVID. So
But that never occurred to you, though, did
no,
it?
no, not at all. That's
I'm the same way, though.
totally didn't. And before then, everyone got sick. I'm like, test. Me, I got sick. I'm like, well, I must be dehydrated, right? Even though I've never felt like this before in my fucking life. I go to bed at 8 o'clock that night, slept till 9 the next day. Then it was July 3rd. We had house guests come over. We partied like crazy. The fireworks. They left. Neither of them tested positive, right? But then 2 days later, we all tested positive here in the house. And the 2 house guests we had never tested positive. It was so bizarre. This thing is just so impossible to trace, to like figure out how it works. I mean, I was doing bong hits with the dude all night, smoking joints with him, and I had COVID. He never got sick, man. He never got anything.
He might have gotten sick, but with BA2 earlier, maybe a month or 2 earlier, and might have,
He's been healthy as a horse for
well.
the last 2 years, and all he got was his initial vax. He never got boosted.
Hmm.
It was a really weird thing.
Just getting a drink.
Yeah.
Is anybody else getting feedback? Like a hum?
A hum. I'm hearing a hum.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't my headphones.
Here, I'm going to mute. Tell me.
I think it's Biscuit. Nope, I think it's Biscuit.
Yeah, it almost sounds like when a guitar
Mute,
player.
mute Biscuit. See what happens.
That's
Yep,
him.
that's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, his sound is off. He was just talking. Oh,
Yeah.
Something's unplugged, Biscuit. Something's unplugged. Maybe.
Oh,
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Click.
There we go.
yeah.
That was it.
A slightly loose microphone connection.
Exactly.
Mm.
It's the little tiny jack into headset. Must have been
We're
slightly
talking about COVID, and I don't know. I'm sure Biscuit's seen this. Oh, I'm trying to get monkeypox right. That's what I was just about to mention. So major frightening headlines from the likes of the BBC and a couple of newspapers. The second death outside of Africa from monkeypox. One person's died. I think it's either Germany, and another person's died. Whether it's I don't know whether it's Spain or whatever. But anyway, yeah, absolute major scaremongering. So now everybody's getting really frightened about monkeypox. It's just ridiculous.
Let me tell you something.
I'm immune.
I heard you got the smallpox vaccine.
I did.
Good man. So a few days ago, Anthony Fauci was on NPR, National Public Radio. And Anthony Fauci, I'm going to basically screw up the quote a little, but almost directly quote him, said, "This is traveling around the community of men who have sex with men."
The gay community, yeah.
Over 99% of it. So, of course, the interviewer
Turd pushers.
starts going right in on it with, well, how do we treat this disease without stigmatizing these men like they were stigmatized in the 1980s with the AIDS virus? And Fauci just said, we're not treating...
It's not the 1980s. That's the answer.
And he also said, we're not stigmatizing the men. We're treating the virus. The virus doesn't define these people. It just happens to be in that particular segment of men. And frankly, I think a lot of the problem might be their... for example, San Francisco just declared a state of emergency because of monkeypox. That's because there's a promiscuous nature to a certain segment of that community
Yeah.
that has physical contact with lots of different people in, say, any given month. And I don't know how the transfer rates of this happens, but this is pretty much skin on skin transmission, as far as I am led
Right.
to believe. So,
Yes.
Can you
Well,
go
I
into
mean,
more
figure out pretty
detail?
quickly what's going on here, right? I mean,
Skin on skin. What
But-
do you
but
mean?
once again,
Like
know,
if they give a
that's-
handshake? Is
You
that what
mean
you're
like
saying?
they're
Two men give a handshake and they get
they're
it?
dancing close together?
No, I think it's genitalia.
it can
you
be
need
any
to-
part of the
you need to be
body.
You need to be touching that. I think in the main.
Genitalia. Is that an Italian guy?
Yeah,
It can
that's
be
right.
any-
Luigi Genitalia?
Just yeah. Yeah,
mean-
leave him alone. Don't touch him, whatever you do.
So essentially, this has happened because there's a petri dish, if you will, of a group of people where this is literally there's enough contact of whatever passing between these people that it's maintaining this virus that it's now like it's bullshit. It pisses me off. you
Yeah,
know?
and the thing is, when I read the article, you got this huge headline: "Second death, monkeypox," and then you read the story. Yeah, I understand why they do it because they want you to buy the paper, blah blah. Then you find out that these people have got very much like COVID. They've
Later,
got
Martin.
they've got quite a few underlying problems. Do you know what I mean? They're not in the best of health whatsoever. So it probably whatever came along, whether it was monkeypox or whatever, was going to sort of finish them off. So, and then you read that and you think, oh, you know what? Why do you do it? Why do they want to seem to keep putting the whole country's population on a state of anxiety all the time? It's just madness.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they were obviously healthy enough to get on all fours. Sorry.
That is fair. That's very fair. You're such a fair guy.
I
Sorry.
mean,
Hey, Philip, you're supposed to be the liberal here. Come on.
it just sucks. It's
We got to play.
It
our
does
roles.
suck. It does suck at first.
Stop it.
Sucks. It oozes. It does all those things.
I mean, let's face it, this thing is not transmissible like COVID or like anything that's
Oh, no.
airborne. There's a problem here, you know?
Yeah.
So yeesh, yeah, I don't know.
But am I right in saying that, or is this just like the conspiracy situation? I don't know. That Wuhan was involved again because they were mucking around with the monkeypox. Is that true, or is that just people saying that? I don't know.
I mean, there's no
But-
evidence of that. It's apparently just the same monkeypox that's in Africa. It's the same. Apparently, there's two strains in Africa. And
this is the less
this is the less lethal strain.
Yeah, and it's funny because there was a report that came out this week that as for the origins of COVID, they seem to be resorting back to they think it was from the wet market and not the.
Oh,
So who knows? Who knows?
exactly. Nobody is ever going to know
No one's ever going to know, are they?
for sure because if it was China, they're certainly covering up. They're covering up any information that would prove that came from their lab. So
Have
no one
you-
will ever know.
Have you seen
Have you
that?
guys actually ever seen videos of those wet markets?
Oh, I've seen some. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty
I mean
horrible.
they're just inhumane. They're just unbelievable.
Have you
It's
seen
right,
that
man.
meme
Okay.
of the astronaut behind the other astronaut with the gun?
I'm gonna give it a try. It could be our first porn bomb.
Oh, do it. You're on your own now. You can control this shit.
Well,
All right.
says Paul Greystone. We know it's not him, is it?
Oh, there you
There
go.
you
go.
There you go.
All right.
I think he was demonstrating skin on skin.
I think that was a monkeypox training film.
That's what I was about
I
to
mean,
say.
come on, Steve.
Hey, it was worth it. It was worth a try. Hey, I had to christen the channel. You know,
Absolutely. And you just got rid of your monetization on the first
He
episode.
won't get monetization until he's got 1,000 subs anyway.
that's
Okay.
ever going to happen.
It was hard to tell what was going on.
But I think I can. You know what? The truth of it is, no, I can be Graham and edit this. So,
Sure, you can.
There you go.
You know, I'm gonna.
But you can't edit my brain.
I see who's down there. Was that gay or straight? I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell.
Put it back on, and we'll take a vote.
It was a woman's bikini at least, so
The tan lines. But you can't tell anything with that.
Hey,
now.
it could have been
It's
live too.
San
Steve,
Francisco.
you got to tell your wife to stop trying to get you banned off of YouTube.
Yeah, right.
It's just not good.
Yeah, she wasn't quite. She's not a YouTuber, so it's cool that she has her own channel and stuff. So,
Does she have her own channel as well? Yeah.
Smokesteve wife.
Oh wow,
That's the-
I didn't know that.
Well, she doesn't do anything besides
Yes,
come
chat.
here. Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she throws comments in from time to time.
All right, here we go. Could be another one, but I don't think
Oh,
so.
here we go.
That's Topple.
It's Topple. It was gay, San Fran says.
Hello.
What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing this fine evening?
All right, it's good to see you, Topple.
Really?
Yes, we like you.
Yes, you too, right?
Well, speak for yourself, Last Dance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a hard crowd to get with.
Back in.
So you're telling me monkeypox is from something like two guys do, and is that what you're saying?
Gay sex.
I
yeah.
can't get it out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's what it is.
So
Wow.
if you want them big testicles, Topple, you're gonna have to start sleeping with men.
Yeah, they're small though. That's the problem.
It actually is not. It just happens to be spreading in the gay community. There's nothing specific that means it will only always be in the gay community.
No.
Just like AIDS.
Yeah, but I mean,
Same
at
with
this
AIDS.
point, there's like over 5,000 people in the United States that have it, isn't there?
Yes.
So there
96
must be something that is keeping it within the gay community, because
a common denominator.
Yes.
yeah, because it would have leached out by this point.
No, as I alluded to
Leached.
before, it's a
Good word.
promiscuous nature of a certain
That's right.
subsection of that community. Because
Right,
they're
it's-
certainly not all like that. There's many of them in monogamous. I think if that's the term.
Yes.
Okay, that's right. Okay, I don't know. Hey, wait,
Bisexual.
That's right. I mean, and it's not. In fact, I think the latest surveys show that most of the infections are people with like 10 partners in a week or something like that.
Oh wow!
So, but it's like any other sexually transmitted disease. The more partners you have, the more it's spreads.
Right.
So
Bigger the
But
risk.
that's
Yeah.
the thing. It's not sexually transmitted.
it's not sexually transmitted, but it just happens to be that, it's skin on skin contact. So if you have your clothes on, it's not going to happen.
Well, I think the skin on that part of the body is thinner than it is on other parts.
What part of the body are we talking about?
The head.
Could you explain?
Well, those two parts actually. I think
Kelsey,
there's
one makes a good point.
there's a thinner wall on the
That's
one and a thinner outer layer on the other.
A wall? What are you talking about? Construction?
Wall.
What
use?
the fuck is going on here?
Wall? I don't know.
A pouch, maybe?
Let's turn the channel, change the subject. We're down to 6.
Hey, Steve, you got that photo you introduced the channel on. Looks like you're pulling up a fish there.
Yes, that looks to me like that was last year.
Okay.
You can
Looks
tell
like
by
a big fish.
You can tell by the hair length.
Another thing I'll be looking forward to when I'm on my way.
Big striper?
That was probably a 40-incher. So I've caught a couple of good ones this year for sure as well. So yeah, we've been having a lot of fun. Hoping to go out tomorrow morning on the boat, maybe 8 a.m. or so.
Now, it's your brother's boat, right? What do? You
I
clean the
make-
boat, you go underneath it, hold your breath, and clean off the barnacles or something?
I'm the angler. He's the captain. That's
Okay.
essentially how it works.
So your contribution is your company
yeah,
and witty dialogue.
yeah, he really likes to go out, and I'm sort of part of the motivation and the purpose for the whole thing. I'm the angler. I fish. I set up the rods. He hangs out. It's pretty.
Is this Brother B? Is that all right to ask that?
Yeah, totally. It is.
Oh, that's good. Good for you too. That's awesome.
It's fun.
Do you
I wish I
crack
had that
open-
relationship.
Do you crack open a few beers
Never.
when you're on the boat? Never when
No.
you're on the boat. No, why?
Never. Usually it's either early morning or after work, and I just stop on the way home from work, and we just shoot out.
Yeah.
It's already quite stimulating being out on the ocean on the boat. So I don't find I need anything besides cold water. Honestly, that's fine.
Right.
Maybe some snacks if we have them, but even that is not necessary. It's like a
Yeah.
different world out there. It's beautiful.
Have you seen any of the orcas again?
No, no whales this year. A couple of years ago, we got to get pretty close to some minke whales, which were
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
They're high speed, like 30 to 40 footers. They hunt fish, so they have teeth, I believe, kind of like a miniature humpback.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Very cool.
I heard an interesting thing about, I think it was humpbacks today, that they attack what's the killer whales and keep them from killing other species, and it's one of the only existence of that in all of nature where they'll protect like a seal from getting killed by a
Really?
killer whale. Yeah, it was really interesting, and they don't know for sure, but they think it might be because of their experiences when they were calves and they got attacked by a killer whale and they hold resentment, or it could be like a form of altruism, but people are skeptical about that.
Wow.
Huh.
Probably only interesting to me, but it was interesting.
No, it is interesting.
Yeah,
So basically,
that is,
humpback
yeah.
whales are better than people. Is what you
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I was thinking about that because actually it was when I was cutting my grass, so I was listening to a podcast, and we are like that, you know. I mean, we'll try to help, you know, the cruelty of nature. You know, some people wrongfully will, you know, stop a killing, you know, when that's
Yep.
really so.
I mean,
So
I saw-
we
I
would
saw
do
a
like,
video
or if we see a turtle that's going across the road, we'll stop and put that turtle on the side of the other side so he won't get ran over, you know.
I saw a video the other day of a little kid feeding a squirrel water because it was literally begging for it.
It was
Huh.
what? What was it?
It was literally doing this.
So you giving a squirrel water.
Oh,
The squirrel was literally begging because it was because it was really hot weather and
right.
no water anywhere, and it just sat there holding the bottle and just drinking it.
So, do you guys see this in the private chat? You guys can see that, right?
Yeah,
It's the same guy.
I know. I mean,
But the funny thing is now I've just noticed when I click on a certain button now, I can see what his channel name is with YouTube. And it looks like his actual name. I can see you there, Tom. So hang out if you want, but you can see your channel authenticated with YouTube. And
so you could see his real login name, basically.
yes.
And he tried to say it was Paul Greystone somehow or something.
Yep.
Yes.
But he misspelled the name, so that was he was helpful.
he even threw somebody under the bus with his gayness.
Oh, it's fine though. I mean, I appreciate a good troll. I'm not gonna like report him or anything, but hang around. I mean,
He's all butthurt now that like he ain't welcome.
well,
Like he don't get it.
well,
I didn't read the chat, so I don't know what
he's in the private side. It's fine. He's just doing his thing. So
he's just doing his thing.
He's given up by now, I assume, and gone on.
Well, I just saw something else pop up in the chat because it shows on my screen like when somebody says something.
Well, he's still underneath, waiting for me to click on him.
Well, he's got to have something different at least. I mean, you know.
I'm curious, but you know, this isn't Twitter here. I don't want to get banned on my first, which is.
Wouldn't you just make a new account? I mean, would it be that big of a deal?
No, I guess not.
He
I
wants
mean,
to be,
What do you got? 10 subs?
He doesn't want to be Smokesteve Smoke 31. Come on, that doesn't have the same cachet.
I want to keep the spelling the same. So yeah,
I hear you.
You know, I don't know. We'll see. This could be a complete and total fail. It probably will be, unless if I could get the YouTube login info for alt feed, that will be helpful. I think.
I don't see what I mean. You are missing some people probably from the chat, you know, but
Cup of Tea is usually here, but he's not here today.
He was. No, he wasn't. You're right. You're right. He was. Sorry.
I need a cup of tea to chime in on how we're doing.
Now, do you guys know how to contact him without
Nope.
No,
anybody?
I was joking about calling him on the phone. He would never give me his telephone number.
Well, you and Cup Tea are best buddies.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Hey, do you know, Steve? Something I've always wanted to ask you. Well,
yes, sir.
It's when Hayden originally put out that if somebody else wants to host or whatever, because I suppose a little bit of naivety on my part watching Hayden and Graham, thinking it's sort of mostly anybody that we're watching will probably be in the UK, but obviously you guys came across it. But what made you think, yeah, I'd like to do that and set up Smokesteve's pub? What was behind it?
It had gone down to the wire.
Hubris.
I said, basically, dude, if nobody else is volunteering, I don't want this thing to die. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
And then he said, maybe, let me think about it. And then next day I DM'd him and said, I bought a laptop. What do you think? And he said, might have been a little hasty on that, bro, but okay, we'll give it a shot. So I kind of guilted him into it with the laptop thing.
See, the way he explains it, you said like one thing to him, and he was like, and that's what I do, and he just let you have it right away.
No.
That's how he put it.
He sort of. There was a little bit of a grace period in there, a courting period, if you will, where I had to maybe show that I had a bit of commitment, that I wasn't going to totally fuck it up. I had to, and I still fucked it up, dude. If you remember those early shows.
I remember you had a hard time getting it started. Graham would have to help you.
You have to add your own.
That was part of the early charm.
It was hilarious. You had to add your own screen to the screen. So, like, the first pub I started, I'm like, where am I? What the fuck is happening here? Like, I see myself underneath, like, waiting to get on. I didn't even know I had to click on myself to get started. It's counterintuitive. You think you're already on the screen running the thing, but no, you do have to. It's a StreamYard sort of a glitch.
Yeah, because you could be like the producer and somebody else could be hosting, and you would just be the one with the tools. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in that case, though, there's a way to do that without having your taking up a screen at the bottom, because you only have a 10 limit. Like Graham could run the show from the side without being on. I don't know. Can I have maybe like? Is it going to be possible for me to have somebody else as a second guy? Like, I'm not sure. I think that's possible because it's my channel now.
Yeah, it's your channel. So
you have to look into it.
Yeah.
You can give me your password. I'll run this ship right down.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, this person would have ability to add people in from the bottom. So if there's somebody down there who's like total porno, then
yeah. But I mean, if somebody's gonna do that, I'm surely, even if they would do that on their own, any of the people that that you would let do that would have respect enough for you that they wouldn't do anything like that.
But I get fooled on occasion, like, obviously, and then so that just means two people could get fooled. Like, hey, look, Paul Greystone's here. Click.
Well, I think you put too much worry to like something's going to happen because of it. I don't think anything would ever happen.
Right. You're probably right.
I mean, unless you left it on there and like, or kept bringing them back or something like that. I don't think
YouTube's not going to be looking at these tiny channels that have got barely.
Well, if somebody complained, they would.
Yeah. Someone complains.
Yeah. If he but nobody's Smokesteve's enemy, so.
I hope not.
Well, there was
one.
There was one. This guy.
Who was it? What?
Stairway.
UPS driver.
Well, he wasn't my enemy. He just
but you did kind of put him on the spot,
I flipped out that night. I don't know what the hell happened to me, but I lost my shit. I was like,
you didn't lose no shit. You just did this.
Well, it was week after week. You just really didn't care for that dude.
I mean, he was a nice enough guy,
It was like you just really didn't like him for some reason.
It seemed to slow things down when.
Well, it was like he would get on and everybody else would be like, it's time to go. I'll talk to you guys next week.
Yeah, I mean that says it all. Wait a second, we got a new person. Okay, yeah. Look,
She's not wrong one bit.
what is she saying?
You got some fake ass friends.
Keep it going.
Oh my god, really? Don't
With
be-
the
Wow.
Kardashian screenshot?
Wow,
Is that a Kardashian?
Did
I
you
don't
just
think
say
so.
great friends you have?
Who
My
was
God.
who was saying that you won't be successful?
Cut. I don't know what she's saying. Like I don't know what the hell she's talking about. She says keepy. She doesn't use capitals. She used multiple periods. I think we might.
I don't think anybody was telling you weren't going to be successful.
Smoky Steve. I mean, there's a lot of things going on there. Either they're trying to write that way, or they're maybe English is a second language. I'm not sure. It could go both ways on that.
This is an international pub. Remember that.
It's SIP, S-I-P. Remember?
We should call it Topples. We call it Tip.
What?
We should call it Topples International Pub. It'd be Tip.
Tip? What is that? Original thing for you? Does that mean good?
Oh my god! Just the tip.
Nothing. Are you really asking me?
Maybe I'm not hearing you. Just the tip? Okay, I get what you're saying.
You never played that game?
I'm sorry. I'm a little lost. Yeah, I'll admit that.
No.
But it sounds like maybe it's a.
Just the tip.
I get that part of it.
Yeah. This is.
Well-
We don't need to go into Topple's perversions.
Looks like Topple pulled the hairway to Steven and people are just leaving.
What did I do?
I don't know. I gotta get a White Claw though, honestly. I actually have White Claws and I want to take a leak outside. But I want to wait for these guys to get back.
White Claw.
I need a White Claw. I'm dying.
Anybody know what that means? I really don't.
I have no clue. I just know my wife and her friends drink a lot of White Claw, so
What is it?
it's a seltzer alcohol like
Oh,
drink
okay.
with all different flavors.
We roll in.
Ah,
They
okay.
hate. Try to catch me riding dirty.
It's a beach drink or a pool drink, from what I've been told.
Yeah,
What's
White Claw.
what's the
Hearts.
alcohol? It's got vodka in it.
It's stronger than beer, but
I don't know. It's good shit though. 5%. We bought them. Nope. 100 calories. We bought them. I don't know why we have them. We had people over last weekend. That's right. When we gave everyone COVID, it was awesome. And White Claws.
Sounds girly.
ooh.
No, it is.
No, I'm not. Nothing wrong with it. You know, I have enjoyed. What did the women like in the day? What were those spritzers? Remember wine spritzers?
Zima.
Yeah, I like them, and I hate wine. So
My lady drinks Chardonnay spritzers. That's her drink
yeah,
with seltzer and Chardonnay on ice. Because that's how she keeps it light. So she's not drinking big glugs of wine. It's thinned out a little. You
Is
know,
seltzer like lemonade? What we call lemonade.
seltzer.
No,
it's
bubble
fizzy water. That's what seltzer is.
All right, so soda water.
Soda water. Yeah.
What you drinking there, Smokesteve?
White Claw, tangerine.
Oh, I just got my okay.
Rerun.
I know. Sorry.
It's okay.
I think it's MD. So Mad Dog, I guess. Mad
You
Dog
don't
2020.
No.
Mad Dog 2020.
Island Pineapple.
Oh my! They sell it in cans now.
I don't know, man. Here.
Oh
Mad
shit!
Dog 2020.
I love how Chip won't face the camera. It's almost like he's
He's focused. He's focused on a squirrel or something.
okay.
Let's see what this is like. It was on sale for like $1.50.
Jesus
And
Christ.
Last Dance knows I can't pass up a good deal.
No, I know your type. Let's just put it that way.
Then why don't you just get a case of Natty?
Ew, this is worse than the Mountain Dew last week.
I mean, do you
Is it?
literally go to like the ghetto to buy this shit, or do they? Have
No, this was at my. Ooh, it's strong though. This is like reminds me of like Purple Passion.
I think it's 10 or 15%, like maybe 20 proof.
Whoa, really?
The glass bottles, these I used to drink them in college, dude. They will fuck you up, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like
it
the
is.
orange.
12% alcohol.
Yeah, be careful with that.
Oh Jesus, dude!
Jeez.
12% alcohol, 16 fluid ounces.
Right.
Good
So
lord!
that's-
I've only had one beer, so
So that's going to be the equivalent of like 4 light beers, I think. if my
holy
math is
crap!
right.
Yeah, you can. You can. I couldn't drink much of this. It's so like syrupy and sugary. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah. That stuff we used to dilute a little bit. What the hell is that?
Blackcurrant juice.
Current.
I got so drunk off of Purple Passion when I was a kid.
Huh.
So drunk.
Hey, so how did you survive your torrential rains over there, Aphid? You guys got like 6
Yeah.
inches, 8 inches?
No, we got 12.6 inches here
Man,
in St. Peters, Missouri. I think we were the most actually.
that is
Wow.
crazy.
It just kept coming. Like they
That
they
is
kept saying that
biblical.
they were trained. Yeah, that's what they kept saying. There was training, is what they would say. I was so sick of that guy saying these storms are training.
What the hell
but
does
what
that mean?
They just it was just a one line of storm. So like 20 miles to the south of us and 50 miles to the north of us didn't have much rain at all. But that line, it just kept going in that straight line
Like, this
right
is
over
you
the top
here,
of us.
This is you, and the line was like literally
Exactly,
like that, right under you.
exactly. And it
Okay.
lasted from like midnight till, well, it rained all through the next day, but the strong stuff was midnight till like 8 or 9 at least the next day. So it was basically a
Wow.
constant thunderstorm for 9 hours is what it was like.
You
Did the
got
pool
no flooding,
survive?
Wait, 2 people said something. What now?
Go ahead, Top.
and you didn't get flooded in your house at all.
No, my house didn't, because I got a pretty steep grade to.
Oh, that's awesome.
But
So
we're on the
like,
top of a hill too, so that helps a lot. But when I left, because I woke up at the storms woke me up at like 3, and I left at like 4:30 to go to work. And every time I would go down a street, I'd get to the bottom of a hill, and it was closed. You know, there'd be a cop or two there, and I'd have to turn around, go a different direction. And
Damn.
my shop is like a mile from my house. And then you go now, like you drive by any, like sometimes you wouldn't even realize you were going, like it was a bridge going over a creek, and there'll be a fence on the side of the road, and you think that, no way it would ever get that high. And the fence line is just chock full of sticks and branches and
Damn.
debris and stuff. And what I don't understand is, okay, so we had that happen, and then it was either the next night or 2 nights later, it went through Kentucky. And like nobody thought to tell all those people that, hey, this is looking like what St. Louis had, 2 days ago or whatever. Maybe if you live in any kind of an area like that, because there's like 30 plus people now that that are dead.
Jeez.
I don't know. It just seems like, it just seems like they could have, I can see maybe they didn't see it coming for us or something. It's like once in 1,000 years or something.
Right,
But then
they didn't
2 days
pass it on
later,
down the line?
yeah, 2 days later, it happens like within the track of
Right.
the way things are going.
That seems like poor meteorologists' communication work. They should have seen it coming. I mean, the fucking radars we have now, right?
Right.
Wouldn't everyone be able to see that? I have my radar. It's a great app.
Yeah, I mean, they told us we were going to have some, pretty serious, but like 12.6 inches is like what, like Louisiana gets when pretty decent sized hurricane hits them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. It just seems like, I don't know. It just
Global warming.
Well, I was the only one that when one of you guys asked like what the biggest issue was going to be this next year or whatever, and I said global warming was it, and everybody's laughing at me.
It's abortion. You're still wrong.
The world is on
Start
fire
that
now.
talk.
But anyway, so Smokesteve, you got the. How's your pool doing?
Mine's great. It's leaning a little still.
It's
but
still leaning. Okay.
It's
So
fine.
So with that rain, obviously 12 inches is going to go over the top, because me and Smokesteve have a blue pool, and there's
Walmart
basically
Crystal.
Yeah, there's basically a inflatable ring.
Not mine. I got the steel max. I have the steel frame.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
So mine is a soft side, and then basically it's like a blob that fills up a bladder that fills up with water, and there's basically a huge air-filled ring that supports the top of it. So it's
Yeah.
got to be perfectly level, and but the water is, I don't know, 8 to 10 inches from the crest of that, and I knew that it was going to over the top of it. And once you start have water go over the side, because you can go over and lean on it and push it down, and if you get the water going, it'll drain that whole pool. You got to be careful.
Mhm.
And so that day, we were able to drain it before it got to that point. But the next day, we had another torrential storm that came through, and it was like 4 inches, which would be enough to flood and be a serious problem for this area on normal occasions. But since we just had 12 inches the day before, it was like really bad. But I woke up to make my coffee, and I overlook where the pool is, and I looked down there, and I could see it was at the very top of the pool. And I'm like, oh man, it's like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. The sun was just starting to come up, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to get this taken care of or whatever right away. And I go fill up my pitcher of water to make my coffee, and I go pour it in the coffee maker, and I look, and it lets go, and I'm like, holy shit, dude! So I run downstairs, and all I got is some shorts on, no shoes, no nothing. And I run out there. And at that point, it already, just in the, less than a minute, it took me from run upstairs out to the back. It had already drained a third of the pool's, capacity.
Wow.
And I had a huge river, like whitewater river going through my backyard. But luckily, what had happened was that ring had, it's got leaks in it. And I have a air pump, a fish tank air pump plugged into the part, where you usually like blow onto to air up like a pool toy.
Yeah.
And I have a fish pump silicone into mine because there's so many minuscule little holes in mine that it
Wow.
slowly
Interesting.
seeps out. Yeah, and
So
it's
you basically got it set up like a bounce castle, constant air.
yeah, it's constantly filling up with air. So the power had went off, and it had been like 4 or 5 hours, and it had leaked enough of that air out of there where it compromised, and the fact that it was already overflowed from the nights before rain. And I just so happened to catch it right at the right moment, and ran out there, and I lifted it up, and it stopped. It was enough to air still left in it where it would stop.
Wow. That's crazy.
And then I filled it back up with water. But seriously, it would only take, when we empty it, that's how we empty it, is we let the air out and then we push down the side.
Right.
And it takes maybe, I don't know, 3 minutes to empty that whole pool out. So if I wasn't looking at that very moment that it went over, I would have lost my entire pool.
Wow.
Why does it? So what? Once the sides sag, it just like snowballs, and
It does, because it's got that much pressure from the water going over the
so
top
just
of it that it
folds
just
it over.
yeah, because you can
There's-
push down on it, so
Right.
it's 20 pounds of pressure. So when
There's
you
no
get 20
frame.
pounds of force, when you
Right.
get 20 pounds of force with water running over, it's just like pushing it down,
Yeah.
and it's done. It's over with.
And you
That's
have
it.
no neighbors downgrade from you?
I got a
Like,
dry
that?
I got a dry creek that
Oh,
only
okay.
fills up, and it goes off into the woods. And
No, there's just two cops at the end of the road closed it off, going, we don't know where this water's come from. You
right.
You can't come down here, Aphid.
There's like a beach ball floating across. We have no idea what happened.
That's funny, man.
When we emptied it, we used to put we would make little toy like sailboats and set them in the creek, and so then we would empty it, we'd watch them go down the creek.
Yeah, ours is different with the steel frame. There's no floaty thing on the top.
I thought you had one just like mine. I didn't. I thought it was the same.
Mine's called the Steel Max, and it was still fairly cheap. It's just more of a pain. Like when I said the other day, set up a siphon, I said on Discord, because that's what we do on mine, is I use a flexible gas line that I can bend to the shape of the pool and make the outside lower, and you just use a shop vac to start it, so you don't have to suck the nasty ass pool water into it.
I have to do that cleaning my fish tanks. I suck. Yeah, I've gotten mouthfuls of salt water and
Oh.
fresh water,
Well,
and sometimes that water's totally disgusting.
Yeah, if you take the particle filter out of a wet dry vac and just hold that up to the end of your suction of your
Right.
siphon, it'll give you a great suction. You'll be fine.
Or
Yeah,
just
but
buy
that's-
a sub pump for $150.
Yeah, but I mean, this clear tube, you can see it coming.
Mhm. I know, but it's still tough to get out of the way.
There is another way you can do it. You can get you can fully submerge a pipe and fill it completely, and then put the pipe out, and it'll just keep flowing.
Use the suction of the pipe. With the,
Oh,
You put your thumb on the end of
Right.
Once it's full, you put your thumb on end, then you put it to the
Right.
floor, and then it'll just keep siphoning out.
so you
Draws up.
pre-filled the whole siphon.
Yeah,
Exactly,
you put the whole
exactly.
siphon in the pool, and then
Yeah.
you put your thumb on end, put it on floor, and it'll just drain.
That's a good
Exactly.
idea. I like that. It's slick, man.
But there's still that unknown, that.
Yeah,
Oh
you don't
shit!
want-
Am I gonna get a mouthful of gas or
Well,
water or whatever? That's
There's-
kind of cool,
There's no need for it if you
living on the edge.
just fill the pipe in the pool, and then put your thumb on end of one end, and then put it to the floor.
Yeah, but for like 3 hours after that aphid, I feel like I have something crawling around or living in my throat.
Right.
That's like not supposed to be. I can't get it out of my head. It's like, what
Some
did I
horrible
just?
fish parasite.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Like,
I-
did I
I-
just inhale an amoeba that's going to eat my brain? Like what the fuck?
I never know where my mouth's been anyway, so that's pretty much constant for me.
Watch out for those monkeypox, boy.
I know, dude.
I wish I don't have
I was
any,
so
pool
concerned.
problems like you guys do.
Yeah, because you got a real pool.
Yeah, you haven't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it costs a lot of money though.
It does. How is it down there?
Look
I
at
know
that. Look at that.
It's gorgeous.
I'd be in
Nice.
that pool right now.
Nice lighting.
Yeah.
Do you do everything yourself? You must.
Yes. I'm not paying because it's like $400 for to get someone out just to even cover a pool.
Well, plus you'd have to worry about your wife sleeping with them. I heard that's a
Oh.
problem.
Jesus.
Is it
I don't know where that
heated as
came
well,
from.
Topple?
What's that?
Is your pool heated as well?
I don't need to heat it.
Please, aphid lip, don't.
I had a
Don't go there.
heater. I had a heater, but I took it out because I'll throw black trash bags on it at the beginning of the season to reflect the heat inside. I used to have a black hose on the roof and just circulate water, but by like right now, my pool water is at 87. It's like bath water right now.
Yeah,
So
that's-
Yeah, man. It
It's like
gets
the Gulf
hot.
of Mexico.
Luckily, mine's pretty much in the shade. There's a few times where it's got direct sunlight, but like my friends that have pools, like in-ground pools or above-ground pools, they're all like so. Because what did we have? Like a full month of almost 100-degree weather here.
Mhm.
Mine's like 70, if that.
Oh, dude, I bet it's warmer than that.
No,
Oh wait,
it's not.
it's not. It doesn't get very hot where you live.
It does. We have our spells, but the ocean's still 59, dude. I still
Yeah.
can't go. I can't jump in off the boat. It's like I'm gonna shock myself and die or something, or a shark will get me. But
That's normal for us when we go to sea to have a paddle. It's about 50
I
degrees.
mean, I can swim off the beaches. I'll walk into 59 and slowly swim.
Yeah.
Ease into it, but
Yeah,
know,
you can't
going
you
in-
can't just jump in.
no, going in whole hog off of a boat, way out there, it's 50 feet deep, 80 feet deep, whatever. I don't want to pass out and just sink to the bottom or something. Which
I
is,
remember swimming in Lake Michigan when the temperature is in the 40s in the water.
Mm.
A lot of people died here in the UK when we had the heat wave jumping into,
Oh,
into really cold water. They just got shocked.
Really? Wow.
They got shocked when they went into the cold water, and then they obviously just drowned.
Jeez. I'm sure you guys had a lot of deaths just from the heat alone.
Yeah. But there were a lot of kids jumping in water, in rivers and that. And because the water hasn't had time to raise up like it did in the air, they had heart attacks from the shock of the temperature change.
No kidding. Oh,
Hey, speaking of cold, shriveled up penises, did anybody see that? Did anybody see that cuckold video I posted on the Discord this morning?
No. what
I
was
started
it?
to watch it, but
That was
something
so
distracted.
crazy, man! I can't believe it. It was that soft white underbelly, and this chick has sex with only black men while her husband watches, and it's all because he's got a small penis and he enjoys seeing somebody else do it better.
God.
yeah, that's
What the fuck?
That soft white underbelly, man. He gets some good topics going
Good
there
content.
sometimes.
I'll
All
tell
right.
you, there's about 50 million of those videos on Pornhub, on X Hamster, whatever, right? There's one actually interviewing the people and understanding what their mindset is, and it's this fucking guy.
Yeah, man. I mean, I couldn't believe it. The dude looked like a good old boy hillbilly too. You would never think that like he would sit there and watch that. There's so many levels of that are just crazy.
That is nuts, dude.
This might not be the healthiest relationship.
Probably
out there.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to think that was the only way to have a relationship, though. They've been with each other 12 years.
Oh my god.
Sort of.
Yeah. Well, in the same room at least.
That guy does look like a hillbilly.
Yeah, dude.
I can see
I
how-
couldn't believe. Like, how's he gonna face his friends now? Listen, after admitting all this,
Maybe
Yeah.
all
like
his
guys-
friends are fellow
cuckolders.
cuckolds.
I really didn't even know what that term meant. I mean, I've seen it obviously, and I've heard it, but I really didn't know what it really meant until I watched that video today.
No kidding, huh?
I mean, why would I need to know, like, if some dude likes watching other dudes bang his girlfriend or whatever?
I guess.
That's
Yeah,
actually what it's called. Cuckolding.
Cuckold, I guess that's what they
That's
said.
what it is. Now I'm learning
Yeah.
something new too. Then.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that term thrown around, but I didn't
Right.
really guess either. So many terms.
It's
I guess
used
I just
often-
never dawned on me what it actually meant.
Excuse
It's
me.
often
Sorry.
used by like super red, like Trump people to describe
Right,
liberals.
right, right.
A
Oh,
bunch of cucks,
Yeah, right. Well, it makes sense now.
But I mean,
Finally.
right.
But this dude kind of didn't fit that mold because he kind of looks like a Trump supporter a little bit.
yeah,
yeah.
I love that. Oh,
kind of
dear.
looked like a young Ronnie Van Zant. I thought.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I can see that.
Certainly not the fighter that Ronnie Van Zant was. And Ronnie Van Zant would be doing nothing like that. I'll tell you what.
She said she won't even have sex with him, and then they want to have kids, and so none of these dudes, these brothers, use protection of any kind
Oh,
because they want that to have a mixed baby, and yeah, it's just crazy, man. I couldn't believe it. I almost didn't believe if they weren't so believable in their explanation of their relationship. I wouldn't have believed it.
you sold it for me. I'm not watching it now.
Yeah, you gotta watch it, dude. It's like 20 minutes long.
20 minutes.
I think so. It's a longer one. Usually they're only unless he goes and views those hillbilly inbreds out in Appalachia that he always interviews. Those are usually long ones.
The Gummo ones were like 40 minutes apiece.
Yeah, those are pretty long too. Yeah.
That dude is a great follow on Twitter. He's pretty funny.
The actual Gummo dude?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know he had his own channel. I'll have to
He'll
look it-
respond to you and everything.
Oh, really? I'll have to look it up.
And did you realize that he was trans?
What?
No, but it doesn't really surprise me.
Well, he says he is. I don't know if he's just saying it in solidarity to.
I mean,
trans
there's
people.
definitely something going on there.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I
he's-
did notice that.
the long hair, very, very.
Well,
clean.
yeah, and I feel like his
I would have said-
fingernails were longer or something. I don't know.
I would have said androgynous
Right, yeah.
10 years
I
ago.
agree. Right.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Like all the old rockers and shit from the '80s, they weren't trans. They were just androgynous,
Right.
and '70s Ziggy Stardust,
Yeah.
There was
Exactly.
no trans then. because they all got mad chicks, like crazy, like Guns N' Roses, Poison, all of those bands,
Yeah, I mean, look at the Poison dudes. Like, you go around like that right now, and you're definitely, free to fly that rainbow umbrella for sure.
Yep.
But the funny thing is, they got, a lot of girls.
Hell yeah, they did.
I mean, the problem was, with Poison in particular, they had a whole system with their roadies. The roadies would label the chicks that the roadies banged, so they let Poison know, like, we already defiled them, but these girls over here are
fresh.
Are fresh, like
fresh meat. Oh God!
Yeah, there were that many girls that, like, even the guy who's moving the Marshall stacks or the the Ibanez guitarist was still.
He was getting play.
Probably threesomes, bro. Like, there's girls everywhere, like, fuck.
Good Lord.
And the song by Grand Funk Railroad, where the singer says, "Sweet, sweet Connie, she was doing her act. She had the whole show, and that's the fact." Then the next line is "Booze and ladies, the coke was insane." This Connie woman was a famous roadie. Like, she became world famous for her.
Roadie or groupie?
Groupie, sorry, with her, what she could
activities.
do.
Activities.
She had a certain talent.
She had skills, did she?
Right, exactly.
Oh, what were they?
That's the song American Band. Oral Sex, apparently.
Oh.
Like the whole band, like one night. I mean, the woman was a real piece, but she died a few years ago. She
had a purty mouth.
Apparently so, yeah.
Mouth.
She's a real person, and she was written into that song, and like I think she might even have. You guys can look her up, Wikipedia page or something. Connie something or other groupie. It's crazy, man. Grand Funk, they were all right. Not the biggest fan, but they were good. All right, I gotta hit the driveway for a minute.
What are you gonna do out there? What do you mean hit it? You gotta
urinate.
You gotta write your name.
Maybe at least the initials. There's no snow, so it's
gotta wash the dust off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna make my own exit while you do that.
All right. So
for good last answer.
No. Just for 30 seconds or so.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna go get a drink.
Okay.
Oh, look! It's just me and Top on Biscuit.
It's not good. Your show's gonna get canceled now.
All right, you're good. You're good. I'm gonna leave it on. It's fine.
Oh dear.
So how are you feeling, Biscuit?
My belly's a bit sore at the minute. I've just had one
really?
sip. I've had one sip too many.
Was it like a small incision, or like are you all cut up?
You want to see?
Yeah, let's see it.
Okay. Microscopic.
1, 2.
Oh, that's not bad.
There's one there, and then there's another 2 on this side as well. I don't know if you can see them.
So what's like? Is there have you looked to see like how every month are you going to be losing so many pounds or something, or how's that work?
Well, I'm on 500-600 calories a day because I can't physically eat anything more.
And are you not hungry for any of that? Anything more than that?
I just get bloated really quick.
Right.
Oh
man, I bet I hate to be totally gross about it, but I bet your shits are like just a microscopic of what they used to be.
Well, you say that. The first one was explosive, frothy.
Was it? Oh no!
Oh.
And,
floaters.
And then it's turned into like really
White
small.
Claw, watermelon.
Okay,
that's a chick drink. I think. I'm pretty sure.
It's a chick drink. But drink what you got.
You guys missed Biscuit Vape's yellow explosive foamy diarrhea talk.
Oh boy, I'm
Boy,
sure
hey,
that.
Aphid, did you forget you're drinking that fucking high test shit over there? In that
Yeah,
can?
well, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm more like taking after the name of the show. I'm more sipping it, I think.
Okay, it looked like you were hitting it. You were getting
Mm-mm.
on it there.
No, I'm definitely not going to be hitting this. In fact, I'm about ready to go trade it out because I want to drink something, and that's like not it. You know, I'm like that's all I got out here, and I just keep, it's gross.
Right, you need a little cube cooler. Like
Maybe if it was on ice, it might be a little bit better. Maybe I don't know.
Why is it warm?
definitely. Yeah, tall
No, it's not
glass
warm. It's not
stacked-
warm. It's cold.
But a tall glass stacked with ice will water that down.
Exactly,
A little and
exactly.
smooth it out a little.
Right.
That's one of the reasons why when you shake, you can't shake something that's carbonated, but
Right.
adding that cold water to it definitely can level it out.
It's like it's got that same like mouth taste, or not, like it does something funny in your mouth like a margarita does, like a store-bought margarita has that like that just almost like a layer of filth that it puts on your mouth.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to explain. Like it's gonna give me acid reflux later if I drink that whole thing.
Acid reflux. You get that? Poor bastard. You take
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Prilosec.
I don't. I used to take stuff, and then when my dad died, my dad's buddy was like, "Do you eat before you go to bed?" And I was like, "Oh hell yeah, chocolate milk and cookies every night." And he's like, "Stop that!" And
3 hours.
and see, 3 hours exactly right, and see what that does for you. And I lost like I don't know 30 pounds probably in about 3 months. And
How much chocolate milk and cookies did you have? 30
well, I
pounds
think
worth, I guess.
no, but I think a full glass of chocolate milk and then a stack of 4 or 5 chocolate chip cookies or something. Not just chocolate chip cookies, whatever snack, Little Debbie's or whatever. Every night I would go to bed with that.
4
So
chocolate chip cookies could easily land you in 600 calorie tag.
Right.
On their own, can't they? So
yeah. But the acid reflux went away, really quick.
I've
So
had that.
I preach that to my wife because my wife has a hard time with it, and my son. That's one of the drawbacks of his condition is acid reflux.
I've
So
got a terrible time with it.
That sucks.
yeah,
Older I get, I've basically eliminated pizza. It's spaghetti sauce.
red sauce.
No
Yes.
pasta. It's
The acid.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the acid or just the goddamn pizza sauce. I mean, tomatoes, even tomatoes are. More trouble.
I suffer from the same thing, but like Aphid was saying, I started to realize that if I ate anything really spicy, say after about 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a risk of it happening, and then so I've cut that out. Nothing's. I mean, there are times I think, oh yeah, I'd really like no, don't do it, and it's totally cleared up. It really has. So.
Yeah, I used to take those Renadine tablets before we knew they were so horrible for you.
Yeah.
And it was like 1, and then it was like 2, and then it got to like 3, and I'm like, come on, man, I'm not gonna be popping these pills all the time. There's got to be a better way. So I was all ears when he told me that could be causing my problem. I was like, it never even dawned on me. I was like, really? I do miss that snack though. Getting a nice, cool, tall glass of chocolate milk and some cookies. I wish I could do that.
These are what I have as meals.
Were you having though? I mean, I could go to bed eating something really spicy. I love spicy food, and then it would wake me up because and it would catch my breath. I was like a seal going. Because it was like it would burn in my throat.
Right. Yeah.
So
it was like it back because you're laying down. It's almost like it backs up in your throat overnight.
Acid reflux.
Yeah, it's really frightening. Because when I did a little bit of research on it as well, it was saying that if you do eat something spicy, for me in particular, then the one thing that can help and counteract it is if you lie on your left hand side and have your head elevated on the pillow. And that can help, but like I said, I just cut out spicy food late at night, and it solved the problem. But
I mean, I can lay some way when I go to sleep, but 2 seconds after I fall asleep, I'm gonna roll whichever way I want to roll.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, I got some bad news this week.
Oh no!
Wednesday, I got home from work, and I usually lean down to pick my dog up. When she was a puppy, she used to be able to jump all the way up, and I could grab her.
Yeah.
So I lean down. She does that puppy jump, nailed me right in my face. So I'm not thinking much about it. Go to sleep, and around 3 a.m. in the morning, I just have the sharpest pain in my mouth where she hit me. Actually, my face is still swollen from it.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So I go.
I just
3
thought you'd been
hours,
drinking and you were a little puffed up, a little booze bloat or
Oh,
something.
no. So 3
Go ahead.
hours go by. I'm in direct pain. Like I'm about to go to the hospital, and I had on my gum like a infection sac.
Damn.
Wow.
So I went in and I popped it in a relief, like nothing. But then my cheeks start really going. So I went to the emergency room. They did a scan on it. Underneath my 3 molars in the back, I have an infection, and it's where I had a capping.
Yeah.
So they think it has something to do with that. I haven't been to the dentist since.
The
I was supposed to go
the
during
dog hitting
COVID.
your face must have just set it off.
Yes, that's what they said.
No
Yeah.
shit, dude.
So I went to the dentist. The dentist told me they're gonna have to remove all 3 teeth to get underneath it to clean it all
Holy
out.
shit, dude.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Or if I don't, it's gonna spread all the way around and no teeth.
And what are they going to do after they take all those teeth out?
Well, I'm talking about getting
Sell 'em.
implants now.
Jeez, dude. I mean, that's like a big financial
money.
hit,
Oh,
man.
Yeah, my wife was looking into it. She
The
says
beauty
probably
of
in the
NHS.
end it's gonna be $12,000.
Fuck, dude.
It'd cost £120 here, the maximum amount that it cost.
What, your insurance, you mean?
No, the NHS.
Oh, well, yeah. When are you going to get that done, though? In 3 years, when all your teeth are rotted out, though?
Yeah, but the thing is,
No.
NHS, they're just few and far between now. With a condition like that, you'd have to go private because you've got to get. I mean, you could poison your blood. So and then
Oh
you're
yeah,
in-
yeah.
No,
So
if you haven't got an NHS dentist, then you're a bit screwed. But if you're
Yeah.
registered, you're fine.
So you didn't feel any pain or discomfort from that area?
Nah. Well, I got home. She hit. Well, I didn't
Not
feel
like,
nothing.
I mean, obviously something's been festering for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No,
It couldn't
I
have
didn't
just
feel
been. It couldn't have
nothing.
just been because of that dog. I mean, it had
Well,
been going on there.
That's the thing. Because I said, I'm like, I haven't felt anything. Like it hasn't been sensitive to other things.
Right.
And they said when the dog there, it's been. You wouldn't start noticing soon. The dog made it. Well, the hit in the face made it
Plus-
come faster.
Right.
But like,
no.
I'm on
I hear you.
antibiotics and all that shit, and they told me, "Oh, we're gonna be removing 3 of your teeth." I'm like,
Damn,
fuck?
dude.
That's
they're
crazy.
like, "Well, what do you want to do?" I'm like, "I want implants done." I'm like, "How much are those?" And my wife's been scanning all around just to see how much it would cost because we're not going through my dentist. He was looking at 20,000. I'm like, for 3 teeth?
Jesus.
yeah.
And I
I mean,
went
it's a yeah, dude. I mean, you're talking about a lot of work that sounds like needs to be done. I mean, yanking the teeth is going to be a lot of money. Doing whatever they got to do to get that shit out of your face is going to be a lot of money. And then
Well,
putting 3 implants in, that's a lot of money. So
it's
you
a
put
very
3.
time-consuming thing. They said first off, they're going to remove the 3 teeth, the 3 molars in the back, and then they had to
Jeez.
clean out all the infection.
Yeah.
And then to make room for the implants, they're gonna have to shave down the jawline most likely, or not the jawline, the bone that's right there.
Yeah,
to
your
even-
skull is what they're saying. Your
Yeah.
skull, they're going to have to shave down.
And then after that, you gotta wait till it heals again, and then that's when they go in with the implants. They say it could be up to 9 months. So
Jesus, dude. I'm sorry
Well,
to hear that,
you know
man.
what? Do you know what? My wife, about 4 months ago, she had to have 2 teeth removed. And then like false teeth put in, and they had to do the molds and everything else, and that cost us £1,800. So I don't know what that is.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's nothing, dude.
yeah,
That would be like 22, 23, 2,400, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that
it's
kind of
still
work over
like-
here. That kind of work over here is 5,000+, I bet.
yes,
Really? Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
easily.
with easy insurance with
For
nice-
2
God, I thought it was
To get
expensive.
implants? Were they
Who?
implants or was it like a
No, falsies.
Oh, so they're on a ring thing or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I misunderstood you.
No, yeah, but maybe I didn't describe it right, Aphid. So,
You probably did. I probably just wouldn't pay attention. I'm dumb.
And he's got the mad dog hitting him. You're over there in the dark.
Yeah, I
Man,
do. I
the
know,
dark.
man. I just noticed that. I was like, "What's that? What's that guy down the corner?" All I see is like
Right.
2 white dots. I'm like, "That's me, motherfucker."
Like, do you have glow in the dark shoulders or something?
No, I don't. I don't really even know what. I don't even know what it is. Really,
It's moonlight.
I don't know what those.
It's a wolf.
Oh, here's my sticker.
a wolf.
Oh, it's the top of the mad
What
dog.
the
That's
hell
what it
happened?
is.
Like,
It's the top of
lights
the mad
went up.
dog.
Oh,
The
yeah,
lights
it
went
is.
up in Georgia over here, for Christ's sake. You were like bright, and now you're dark. That's
Well,
bizarre.
the camera's pretty good at making it look bright, and then once it gets to a certain point, then it looks just black. So it happened faster than it naturally happens out here. Just the camera. That's how it figured it out digitally.
Hey, what about a light? Do you have one?
A light?
Yeah. See
Well, yeah,
how
I was-
good
I was-
am, like, with my production skills. A light would help.
Yeah, last time I did this, I got to this point and I went and got a light. I just gotta, physically get up, go get the light. That's the barrier I got right now.
I mean, you don't just shout out lights
Mm.
and it
I
happens.
mean, I could. Oh, here comes the light. Actually,
Aw. Is Mrs. Lip busting out?
yeah. Hold on.
Oh, that's sweet. What a nice lady.
She probably shovels his driveway when it snows too.
He's got a. I don't think they get snow, or I don't know.
And
Do
we've
you
got
get
light.
snow last dance? Like, what do you get? 1 inch a year?
Varies.
I
We always get some snow, but
Good light.
some years we get heavy snow. But last year we did not get much snow.
Do you get any tops?
Yeah, we get it's been actually really, I hate to say it, but we've been not hit that hard lately. The last storm, I think we got 5 inches this year at one time.
Total? Oh, okay.
No, at one time. Yeah, we're not like you up there where you guys are getting like foots.
Do you do people actually hire plow drivers like where you are?
Well, it depends on what size driveway you have. If you have
Okay,
one
so
going,
there are plows.
my
Okay.
old house, yeah, I plowed it because I had a plow. I just bought a plow for my truck, and I would just plow the shit out of it.
Right.
It was a lot easier, and I think my driveway was like close to 80 yards up till you hit my house.
Mm.
And it was all in sticks at that time. So
Yep.
now I got a snowblower and I got a son. Go out there,
Yeah,
get your ass to work.
I got a massive
Good on you.
snowblower
Good on
here.
you.
Yeah, you
Snowblower's
probably get some snow up there, don't you, Steve?
Nah, it's not like when I used to live in Vermont. We used to get 200 inches a year up there, which was fucking crazy. It'd be 40 below, and we could see the fucking aurora borealis on the horizon to the north.
Really?
So, yeah, in Vermont.
Yeah, wow.
People started telling me that I go out at night on the really cold days when the air is really crystallizing and like ice cold, negative 10, 20. You'd look north, and it was just these
Wow.
waves dancing over the mountains. It was really trippy, man. It was super
Yeah.
cool.
Wow, cool.
Very cool.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
First time I ever saw that was I went to Iceland, and the girl that I was with, who was Icelandic, they nicknamed them the Old Man's Fingers, and it was the first time I saw it. It was like my mind was blown to see these green lights flashing over my head. It's amazing,
It's
reaching
true.
out. Yeah, it's cool. It's well cool.
Yeah, we had one night was 39 below up there, and you could see him like it was crazy how. I don't know if the cold had something to do with it or not, or if it just made the atmosphere clearer.
Yeah,
But it
it's the way-
always seemed that the coldest days you could see clearly to it, right through the air to see them. No haze,
Yeah.
Just don't understand how you guys could live in cold climates. If it gets below 65, I can't do it.
You can put a fire or coat on when it's cold. You can't do shit when it's hot.
Oh, I love heat. So
I mean, you guys get snow there, plenty of
Yeah.
snow.
Yeah, we get snow.
No, I'm saying Topple.
no,
Oh,
we
right.
get plenty of snow, and I
Oh.
fucking hate it.
Me too. I'm the same way. We get plenty of snow here, and I hate it. And
We haven't had
every
snow.
year I hate it more and more.
I kind of like the snow. Like I always get excited when it snows, and I like it hanging around for a little
I
while.
used to be that way, but maybe when you get to be my age, if you still like it, I'll give you some credit. Of course, I'll be dead by then.
Oh, don't sell yourself short.
The trouble with our country is, and I'm sure Biscuit will back me up here, is that when it snows here, we're just never prepared for it. We just haven't got the infrastructure. Everything comes to a standstill. It's
Right,
like,
right.
oh my
Everything
God.
goes down then.
It doesn't snow enough, but when it does, the roads just turn to slush. And it's
Yeah, and the trains can't operate, and it's just like, oh.
Well, what do they throw down on the roads that are
Just
icy?
Salt.
salt.
Oh, they do use salt?
Yeah.
Do they have like big plow trucks, or do they just let it
They
sit
have
there?
big spreader trucks.
Yeah.
But they don't have like gang plows where like four of them line up.
No,
and-
no.
No, actually, think about this. Sometimes you see them on the motorways, don't you?
I was gonna say,
Speaking of
yeah,
gang
roads.
plows,
Back to that video, huh?
Back to San Francisco. Sorry.
back to monkeypox, back to it all.
What do you got? What do you got? Yeah, give it to me, gang plow.
Gang plow. No, I ain't got nothing.
Is that something you look up on PornTube or wherever
Gang.
the hell it is?
Yeah, right after I learn about cuckold.
Yeah, I don't know. Pornhub is lame. I haven't gone to that. I just know that's the most popular porn site, I believe, in the world.
Unsubscribed.
Is it really? Yeah.
So I
It's
can make
free.
comments.
Yeah, I was
like
gonna
to make comments.
say, oh, just see you made a what's your username?
I mean,
It's
let me
not
just say,
topple.
I have never subscribed to a porn site, but if you did, here's a little word of advice. Create a fake email and give them that, so when you verify it, they have some bullshit email that you don't care about. You do not
That's-
want.
You don't
place-
need it. You don't need to sign up for porn sites anymore.
No, of course you
old
don't.
To leave
yeah.
comments, you do.
Well, why do you
leave a comment?
Dude, look up just look up funny porn site comments, and it's hilarious. Kind of reminds me of Live Leak in a way.
I just
with
want to
certain
know.
things.
I just want to know who sticks around to read the comments.
I want to
I
know
mean,
what I'm
doesn't-
getting myself into
Doesn't
before I hit
shame
play.
and just overall hygiene jump into play before you get to that
I don't
point?
know. You might get surprised, and the lovely lady turns out not to be a lovely lady sometimes, and they trick you.
Wow.
And
Well,
then you
catfish
feel-
action.
And you feel a little disgust about yourself afterwards.
you sound, I was gonna
For
say, you
example.
So
Reminds
read
me
those
of a-
comments.
sound like Mantou Teo. I think that was the fella's name who got catfished by. Does anyone remember that story?
Yeah,
Did I say it right?
Man,
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Is that a football player?
it's a football player.
Notre Dame, I believe, and
What was that story? Wasn't he getting married to her? Or
he got catfished to the ultimate, like, of all time by this like fat guy who catfished him and said it was this woman, and he spoke to him over the phone using this girly voice and basically set up a whole wedding or whatever.
Right, exactly. It was a whole.
It
Quite
ruined
elaborate.
It ruined this guy's life. He was ranked fairly high in the draft, but once everybody knew about how he got taken by this catfish scheme, if you guys, you know what a catfish is?
yeah.
Then people just didn't respect him anymore, and he didn't really get into the NFL. As far as I know, it never panned out for him, and it's basically traces back to this unbelievable catfishing. And when you see the guy who was putting on this voice, it's like this 280-pound dude who was like it's really an unbelievable fraud to be put on this guy who was a good athlete, but just got taken by this catfish scheme.
Dear, oh dear.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a documentary coming out about it. I think I want to say HBO or Netflix. That's going to recap the whole thing. It is quite fascinating.
No kidding.
So he didn't even make it to the NFL because he was catfished.
I thought he was drafted.
He might have
just
been
wasn't
drafted. It didn't pan out though.
Yeah, okay. What happens?
Is he still playing? Do you know that much, Last Dance?
I'm looking him up right now. He is not. He's a free agent.
Right.
He hasn't. I don't. When did he last play? He was signed to the. He last played in 2021.
Like waterfalls.
But he is mostly known for the. Whoa!
Jesus.
America.
Chip ain't liking it.
Aw, Chipper Doodle. Give him love.
Taking incoming.
What the fuck is going on there? Graduation party?
Oh, I'm getting showered with particles.
Look at the lights.
Yeah,
One's just-
it's like particles landing
a
on me.
particle just landed on your chair next to your dog. Look.
Oh, Chipper.
Chip, you're fine, bud. You're fine.
Yeah, give him the growl, Chip.
Oh, I think more.
Ooh.
I have a great meme.
More
I'm
going
gonna
on.
post on the Discord. It says, "If your dog doesn't like fireworks, then he doesn't like freedom. Get a new dog." And it shows this lab that's all scared, looking up at the sky. Totally mean. I love dogs, but it's great meme. Good meme. I'm a meme guy.
Shit's still hitting me.
That was a
Your
good
neighbors.
one.
There's a little black lump of whatever it was just under your dog.
The hell, your neighbors fire fireworks over your head?
Well, I'm on a court, and they're out in the middle of the court, and it came over the house. You're fine, Chip.
Your
Yeah.
house on fire?
That was Mrs.
I hope
Lip
not.
sending you a signal. Get
Yeah.
your ass-
Yeah, there's something that just fell. Just fell. It's like a piece of cardboard. Yeah, it's still falling on me.
4th of July over there.
I think there was one of the neighbors had like balloons on the mailbox. So is that at the birthday party?
Yeah,
Graduation
birthday.
party,
Yep,
something like
it's-
that.
It's the little girl's birthday party.
Oh,
You ever been at fireworks when like everyone's blowing it up, it's crazy, and someone breaks out one of those Chinese lanterns and they're trying to get it to float off, like everyone else is blowing stuff up, but this awkward Chinese lantern, you're like kind of afraid these things are going to start a fire, but everyone else is like blasting explosives into the air. Am I right? Have anyone ever noticed that? Have you seen these things?
no.
It's like this.
Yeah, I've seen the Chinese lanterns. Yeah,
The Asian shit?
It's a paper,
It's a
like
paper bag.
container.
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah.
shot those. We've done those.
Well, shot or released. in
Well, yeah,
the
released at a
shooting.
wedding. At a wedding, we released a bunch of them.
There's no shooting, but they're. I don't know. Are they?
I was
cool?
thinking that shit's gonna catch something on fire. So,
That's
like
what I think.
yeah.
We
Yeah,
did
well-
some at my wedding, and they're like floating up over the forest. I'm like, forest fire?
Yeah, exactly, man. I was like scared shitless. I seriously was like worried about it.
Especially this time
Well,
of year. We all forest fires already.
I had one of them land in my backyard, and it was like a more cottony type. You know, like it was made. You know, this thing was like legit. Like somebody spent money on it. You know, to make it do what it.
Sounds
you
like
know.
cotton would be flammable. And
Well, it was okay. So right. So I was like, I could see what was the premise of it. You know, there was a heat source that floated up. So
They're usually little tea lights.
well, I thought that, but it didn't. It didn't work or something. But anyway, I crumpled up some paper and some cloth and doused it in alcohol and lit that, and it took off. And I was like, "Sweet, look at this!" You know, I'm redoing it. You know, and I could tell it wasn't getting very high.
Oh,
And I
dear.
go up in the court, and I know how much alcohol, so I know how long it's gonna burn for. And it lands on this fucker's roof over here, and I'm like,
Oh,
Jesus, dude, I'm gonna catch this guy's house. Like I wouldn't be cool, you know, if I come outside and some dude chased some flammable thing that just landed on my roof. I can't remember what happened. I stayed there until it was out.
You need a longer burning fuel, maybe a sterno, or maybe I'm not. Quite
Well, and it
sure
needs to get
what.
hot enough to lift that thing off the ground because
Yeah,
the
right.
alcohol didn't do it.
'Cause
It would lifted it up, but it only lifted it up
maybe
enough to
those
clear.
little fire starter cubes.
right, that's like a. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that could work.
You know what? And now that I remember it, it wasn't that it didn't get high. It caught the thing on fire, and it was just getting out of my yard, and it was burning more and more. And I knew that it was going to lose its lift power because it was burning up. And I
Yeah.
went up there, and it landed on the dude's roof. That's what happened.
Oh,
Yeah,
Rain
it's
and fire.
essentially it's the same.
I feel like it
concept.
blew off. It blew off. There was some kind of situation. It blew off. I've had some sketchy situations in my backyard though. This one year, we got with the, when the flat screens first took off. The flat screen TVs.
Yes.
And they were like, I don't know, they were like ungodly. Like to get a decent sized one, you were going to be paying like $4,000 or something.
This
for
would have
one.
been the late 2009s, like
You could still buy. It was like they had one model of the rear projection, so that tells you how long ago it was.
okay.
It was like the last one at, I think it was called Circuit City back then.
Circuit City. Yeah.
Yeah, and I went and I bought one, and it came in a huge ass box. Like rear projection TVs are huge.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yeah.
put that in the fire out here. We hadn't had rain in a while. It was winter, but still everything was dry as shit. And that thing took off into the air after it got burnt up enough. Yes. And every branch in my backyard with dry ass dead leaves because it was fall was glowing with red embers. And I was like, I had all these people over here. Everybody was just trashed. And I was like, dude, you did it this time. This is really going to be a serious problem. But luckily, it worked out all right.
You just remind me, because I remember when they first came out, we bought one, and then I am right, aren't I? Thinking the reproject, because when the bulb went, I used to have to buy this, but it was like the size of a brick to insert it into a socket into the TV.
The rear screen projection TVs.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah. There was like a box basically.
Yeah,
it was,
that's
because it was cool because you could set all your shit on top. You didn't need a entertainment center. You could just set all your shit on top of it.
Yeah.
But those things got like totally dirt cheap because nobody. The new thing was the flat screen, and I was like, dude, I got this big ass 400-pound 20-inch TV still, console TV. So I'm gonna get that rear projection, and I don't care if it's yesterday's news today. Right now, to me, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So I had a big screen TV.
Same here.
Let me ask you this: what the hell was a plasma TV?
Oh, I used to have one.
I don't know, dude.
They cost a fortune to run.
What was the plasma?
I don't know.
What was it? Okay, I still don't understand it. What was the plasma?
It was instead of using LEDs, they use little like rays of plasma light to.
It's a gas.
Yeah.
So it's a gas.
It's a charged gas.
It's like neon.
Like
signs.
neon.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, neon.
Right.
So the whole charged gas is projecting the picture in
because one of the
biggest
biggest problems plasma TVs had, which is why I went for a rear projection TV, was that when you had TV channels such as MTV, they would always have their logo, like I say, in the left hand or right hand side.
Right, it would burn it in there,
and it would just burn it in there. So you turn it into another channel, you still see MTV on it. It's like that was the big fault of the actual TV. Yeah,
my plasma screen had like green and red speckles across the bottom, like the bottom quadrant of the TV, but it cost a fortune, and I didn't have to use my radiators to keep my living room warm. That's how warm it got.
Damn.
But they were nice and bright, if I remember.
Oh, yes, they was very bright.
We went from that TV actually to. Did you ever invest in? Because I love my gadgets, so it was like as soon as it was released, I was like, yeah, I'm getting one of those. The novelty soon wore off after about 4 weeks, but a 3D TV. So
I didn't get that.
I got a 3D TV.
You did? Oh, you guys put down the big bucks, is what you did.
But it was like it was so cool at the time.
For the five titles that were ever released.
Exactly. That's why I said like 4 weeks later, like none of the family are interested at all.
They were
spent all this money, but
there were a lot of 3D TVs sold, and there was almost no 3D content ever made.
Did you have to wear glasses while you watched anything on the TV?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, even if you watch regular TV, you still had to wear those glasses?
No.
Okay.
You put it into a 3D mode.
All right.
I bet you Jaws 3, when they had the still picture of the shark coming towards you underwater with the 3D glasses, would have looked awesome on that TV.
Hell yeah.
I mean,
there was one particular movie that I was so impressed with, which was Monsters v. Oh, what's it called?
Monsters v Aliens.
Yeah, right. So there's a guy in that particular film who's like the guy who's training the girl to take on the monsters, and he's on a hover. He's got like a jetpack on, and I swear to God, it was just like obviously new TV. It's 3D, showing it off to friends and family and stuff. This particular scene, I always had to play it because the guy was right in the middle of our lounge talking to her, and it was just like the most impressive 3D I'd ever seen.
Cool.
It was superb, but it was 10 seconds on one movie. Like you say, there wasn't many movies that were doing 3D. Although I did
the most
download a
notable
lot.
was
But
Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D and Avatar was the big ones.
yeah. Oh, Avatar was good. Yeah, that's true. That's
Never
true.
seen it.
So
It's long.
it's long, and I wasn't that impressed, to be honest.
I watched Avengers part 1 of the Infinity War saga thing. Was it Infinity
Right.
War?
It
Yeah,
might
and I watched that in 3D at cinema, and that gave me a headache.
So, well, I
What
watched
glasses?
Yeah,
Because-
it was just the black tinted glasses thing.
Gotcha.
Because of the limited titles, I remember when we bought that. I thought, one of the first 3D movies that were out was the Green Lantern. So I thought I had to buy. Oh god, it was crap. It was just rubbish. Then the 3D. I mean, it was minimal 3D effects in it as well. Plus, the film was absolutely rubbish. But
Ryan Reynolds snubbed the Green Lantern in Deadpool, didn't he?
did he?
Yeah, he goes behind Ryan Reynolds and went, "That never happened." Bang.
Now, was the original Green Lantern from the 60s the one that Bruce Lee starred in as the sidekick?
Yes, I think you're right. Yes, you're right. Spot on. Yeah.
So do they have like a kick-ass like Chinese or Asian guy doing awesome
I think
karate
he does.
and
Yeah.
Are you not thinking of Green Hornet?
Green Hornet?
Yeah.
Shit, no.
And then they redid it with Seth Rogen.
Oh, you might be right, actually.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
the
not
fucking
sure.
Green Hornet, dude. It's
No.
the Green Lantern, bro.
It's
No,
the Green
Green
Lantern.
Lantern.
Yeah, it is the
Green
Green
Lantern
Lantern.
doesn't have a Chinese guy in it though.
I think it did Koto or Koto, something maybe.
That
Yeah,
sounds like Green Hornet to me.
Green Hornet.
It was.
All right, I'm looking it up.
I mean, I think you might be right, Biscuit.
Yep.
Are you guys into that like superhero stuff? The
Marvel.
Marvel stuff.
Take it or leave it. I mean, if I do sit down and watch them, I find them fairly enjoyable. But I wouldn't go out of my way to watch them. They just might be on TV at the time. I don't think I've ever gone to the cinema to actually watch one. Nothing against them. They're good films, but I'm not like way into it. That's for sure.
I don't think I've seen him. I mean, I see the Batman ones and Spider-Man, but that's it.
Yeah.
How about any Star Wars or
I'll watch some
Harry
Star Wars.
Potter?
I love
just-
Star Wars.
I went to watch the first of the newer trilogy with the Anakin series with
You're fine.
was it? What's that? Jar Jar Binks. That's it.
Oh, that was
Oh,
like
wow.
2 series ago.
Yeah, I should never doubt Biscuit.
I knew it was Green Hornet because there's a Chinese fellow that's his sidekick. But in Green Lantern, he's a solo hero.
He's solo, yeah. And I was convinced that Steve was right then. But yeah, it's Green Lantern, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's Green Hornet.
You're fine.
Green Hornet.
Can you guys hear those?
They all
fireworks?
merge into one. That's the trouble, Biscuit.
Green Hornet was about a car, and he had his sidekick.
Yeah, and the thing with Bruce Lee when he came onto the show, apparently he was blowing people's minds the way that he was doing stunts, and I
Right.
think Jackie Chan kind of carried that tradition on in the way that they do their stunts. There's a stunt Jackie Chan does where he runs towards like a 10-foot tall step ladder, and he kicks his feet out straight and flattens his body and goes feet first through the step ladder rungs, like into the center, and then picks it up and starts kicking guys' asses with the step ladder. It's that as a weapon. And like if you see the outtakes of that,
He fucks his setup loads, doesn't he?
he fucks himself up trying to jump through that ladder, dude. It was not easy, and that was just one of like maybe 100 stunts.
The one where he slides down the glass roof on the building. He did that for real.
That was crazy, totally nuts. There's been multiple, like, even in some of his older movies, which are lesser well known, there was a lot of injuries, and those are just, that's great stuff. I love that commitment. I love that from these movie guys. It's good
I
shit.
think he was in Rush Hour. He actually broke a bone trying to jump the side of a building.
Mm-hmm. That's nuts.
Was it true? Was it true? I don't know whether it was or not, but was it Quentin Tarantino did the film? Was it Stuntman? And there's a scene in there. I'm not sure if it's based on a true story where Bruce Lee meets the guy who's I think he's the stuntman for the main actor. Do you know this film?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, that's it. Is that a true story? I think it was part of.
I don't know.
It was. I think it was based that it might have been true, where he actually humiliated Bruce Lee, didn't he? I think because he challenged him to a fight or something, and I think he just smacked him out. I don't know whether it's true though, but I remember seeing some interviews at the time when that film was released, and yeah, I think the Bruce Lee family are a bit offended because I think it might have been true. So, but have you ever seen the film?
I haven't.
I've seen it. I haven't made it all the way through it, so I haven't seen the Bruce Lee part. But I know there is some controversy about it because I just saw something about it recently. I can't remember exactly why.
Right? No, nor me. I can't remember.
I haven't seen it, and I generally like to see all Quentin Tarantino films.
It's pretty. It seems pretty good.
I don't know why I didn't see it.
Well, I think it's better than I didn't. The Kill Bill. I thought wasn't that great.
I mean, yeah,
I enjoyed those. I thought they were good.
I didn't like the David Carradine, the jack off, the guy that jacks off with a belt tied around his neck. I didn't like that dude.
Well, you know what character I didn't like was the chick.
The main chick?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great.
Uma Thurman?
Yeah.
Well, then you definitely wouldn't like that movie.
Right. Well, I mean, my point is she is nothing in the sense of a fighter. David Carradine is actually trained. I mean,
right. Yeah, he is.
Every single thing she did was totally fake, totally just bullshit. So, I mean,
did you see her get her ass kicked when she was driving that car and wrecked it?
I just didn't like the fact that they had her doing like a complex martial arts and fighting because I know she doesn't know anything or do anything. Like, I like to see when they use people who have some background in it that are
when they're actually you mean actors that are competent in what they're trying to do.
Yeah, she's like a string bean, dude. You don't think she could knock out like a fully grown man? I mean, give me a break. Like,
I think that's the point of it, though. Like, with such little power, she could wield so much.
Part of the magic.
I suppose. I just didn't.
The killer.
I mean, you couldn't have like.
Believe.
There's quite a few good films where a woman gets slighted and she goes taking revenge, and they're quite good.
I think you might be a little sexist, dude. I'm just.
Gina Carano or Serrano, however you say her name, she could have done that role a lot better. She's a person who has real.
I'll give Uma Thurman this. She did a lot better than the Charlie's Angels.
I mean, Charlie's Angels, they had guns, so guns makes. What did Samuel Colt say? Whatever he said, the famous fucking line. Right?
I don't know.
Was it something like...
Must not have been too famous.
It was something like, God made man, Samuel Colt made men equal, or something like that.
It's a good line.
And no one's ever heard that before?
No, but I like it.
All right. Yeah,
I was just looking up about that situation. I thought I better get my facts straight. So the guy that's in the movie, the scene that Tarantino bases it on, the story goes, and his name was, the stuntman was called Gene LaBelle.
Brad Pitt.
Yeah, he was Brad Pitt's playing. He and at the time, Bruce Lee is filming Green Hornet on set, but he's taking a break. And he's going on about if he ever fought Muhammad Ali, he would kick his ass. So Gene LaBelle gets into a bit of a conversation about that, and they decide to fight each other. This is in a break of filming. Bruce Lee knocks him out by hitting him in the chest with his foot, of which Gene LaBelle recovers and gets up and says, "Let's go again," and grabs him and throws Bruce Lee into a car, smashes him up against a car. And at that point, the fight is broken up, and Gene LaBelle, the stuntman, gets fired for attacking Bruce Lee. So that's the story, apparently.
Oh.
So,
So Bruce Lee kicked him so hard in the sternum that he knocked him out. I mean,
yeah, but he got
sounds
up
like
and
he could have stopped his heart with that kick.
Mhm.
Yikes.
But he recovered. He got up and said, "Let's go again." Yeah, and grabs hold of Bruce Lee and throws him into a car.
Okay,
Like that's the real story, or that's what happens in the movie?
No, that's apparently the real story. Yeah.
Oh
which is
no
what-
shit! I wish I
which
was
is
there
what-
when that happened.
Which is what that scene is based on. Yeah. And there is a picture for what I'm looking at where they're both going at it as well. So yeah.
I don't know why it made me think of this, but we went to the zoo last night because they're open late,
Ooh,
and
nighttime zoo visit.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
it wasn't quite nighttime, but anyway,
Dusk.
evening, yeah, and it was the temperature finally broke,
What about
And,
the monkeypox? You're not afraid? You go to the
No, dude, I'm
monkey
not.
exhibit?
I didn't stick
You
my
weren't
dick in
touching the
anything.
monkey's genitalia, so it was all right.
So anyway, on the overpass right before you get there, do you guys know who this Mike McCloskey guy is? You guys ever heard of that guy?
Mike Wazowski from Monster.
No,
Inc.
he's the guy that the Black Lives Matter was trouncing through his yard, and him and his wife went on the front lawn with
Yeah, the McCluskeys. They were great.
yeah, the McCleskys, yeah, those guys. Well, the dude now he's running for like Senate or some bullshit here in Missouri because that's where they're from.
Yeah, let
And
me use this
there's-
Allen wrench to show you how the woman was like.
Yeah, right,
With
right,
a little pistol. Like,
right.
I mean, the guy kept his rifle pointed up.
Yeah.
The woman's like pointing.
Yeah,
this
she
pistol
was.
at
She was.
everybody. Fucking stupid idiot.
So that guy rode it all the way to the Senate apparently, and there was two dudes that were on this major overpass in pretty much almost downtown St. Louis, with his sign strutting back and forth across this sidewalk where all the people driving on the highway could see. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And then there was another group of people with abortion rights and like rainbow flags and stuff. And they got into a scuffle, and like the one dude like shoved one of the McCluskeys or whatever supporters down to the ground, like right in front of us.
Did the McCluskey supporters have their trademark pistols and rifles?
No. There was a park ranger there, like watching the whole thing. Like pulled up like after the fact, after it happened. But it was kind of crazy, man. I was like, man, shit's about to go down right now,
Well,
but it
without
didn't.
the AR-15 and the trademark snub nose 38 or whatever the hell weird little revolver wheel gun she had, I
Right.
don't even know. It was like she's like had it like cocked in her wrist, like what's she gonna pew pew like shoot it with like
Right.
It was so odd that. And then there was a picture of a gate that was smashed. I called in like the local NPR station when they started bringing these people up. And I was like,
Oh, did you really?
I was
Oh,
like,
what'd you
let's
say?
talk about the gate being broken. And the producer was like, that's not even verified. We're not putting you on the air if that's what you're going to talk about.
Really? They said that to you?
Oh, yeah.
Well, like you weren't. I'm sure you weren't confrontational at all. You were probably just.
No, it's Jim and Marjorie. They do a local show here in Boston. I'm not in Boston.
Oh, that's
Close.
That's disappointing that they didn't want to hear somebody else's
They
point of view on it.
hate Trump. They are very. I mean,
Mm.
Marjorie used to be more red, but since the whole Trump thing, she's totally flipping. And Jim sees he's total liberal, which is fine. I listen to their show. It's very entertaining.
Is this like a call-in show?
Sometimes they'll have like the DA, they'll have the mayor on, they'll have
Right.
a local art critic. I love that shit.
Okay, yeah, it's like we got one like that too.
It's a and they broadcast from like the library, the Boston Public Library.
Right.
It's goofy. But
Is there an audience?
A live audience is there, but they get. I looked up the numbers on the ratings. They get like 360,000 listeners.
Wow.
on average per show. So for a local radio, they're like ranking in the top 3 or 4 for Boston, which is pretty
Yeah.
damn good.
Yeah, it's Boston. It's not like it's small potatoes.
Compared to most of the other shows are. Some of them are sports, some of them are classic rock, and then you have Jim and Marjorie. It's good shit.
I'll see you guys next week. I'm off to bed.
All right,
Thoughts
Biscuit.
All right, yeah, it was
Take
good to
care.
see
Hey,
you,
Biscuit.
Biscuit.
I'm doing the same, mate. I'm gonna get it. But before you go, I was asking Steve earlier about what made you do this, and as we're in the pub, because I always say goodnight to everybody. Have a good week. See you next week. Blah blah blah. But yeah, Steve, I'm so glad you did, mate. And I just want to say thanks for your commitment and time, so we can all meet up with each other each week. And
yeah.
So yeah, brilliant.
To Steve.
Yeah, to Steve. Thanks bud.
To Smokesteve.
That's awfully nice.
Smokesteve.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Good night, American cousins. And
Yes.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
British.
Always good to
Take
see
care.
you, Lee. Take care.
Yeah,
Later,
you guys
buddy.
too. All right, take
See ya.
care. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Hang loose
The sun finally set over there.
on the British Isles.
Yeah.
It never does, though, according to the old expression. But yeah, we're still rolling, guys. What do you think? Kill it here,
Dude, you're the captain of this ship, Smokesteve.
Let's keep it rolling. I don't care.
All
All right, it's Saturday night. Let's do it.
Saturday.
Last dance. Any chance of a second Guinness, or are you?
No, I'm
Don't
being a
tempt
good
him.
boy.
You're talking about his life. Jesus.
What am I peer pressuring? Is that
Yeah,
I
what
you
think
were.
I'm a little bit
You
old to
were.
be pressured.
I'm sucking down White Claws over here, man. I'm sorry. This is all I got. The room's upstairs. One glass. That's all I need, though.
I talked to a
I'm
guy
good.
last night on Skype, and he's been suffering with. He kept saying benzos, and I knew he was into Xanax. Which what
Mhm.
exactly do either of you guys know what what does it do when you take it? What happens? Like,
So these are a class of drugs. There's an entire class of them. They're called benzodiazepines.
I mean, I got that part now.
Xanax is one. There are others.
but what does Xanax do if you take it?
If you have symptoms of anxiety, and I often do, Xanax will just
Fuck
cut
yeah.
them.
Is
they'll
it
be
like
gone.
Valium?
It is like Valium, only it's kind of more powerful.
Well,
and much more addictive for that reason.
There's a person who you could really look to for advice on this. He ruptured the lining on his stomach by eating too many fiery chips or some kind. His name's Little Xan, and he's named after Xanax.
Yeah.
Have you
This
heard
guy
of this
was-
guy?
No, but the guy that I talked to last night, we always called him Xandy
Zandy.
because his name's Andy.
That's hilarious.
But go on.
This rapper, his name's Lil Xan, Lilzan or Xan, maybe Xan.
Just because of how many Xanax he takes.
Yeah, he ruptured his stomach lining from eating those really hot Fritos.
What the hell? What is it?
Really?
Yeah, whatever the hell they're called. Yeah, this is the whole story. You never heard of this? I'm surprised.
No, but
No,
Yeah.
but I'm interested now.
Yeah, so I mean, just
I
shows
know the Cheetos you're talking about because my son is
flaming hot. That's
There they are. There they are.
Yeah,
Yep.
but how many do you have to eat before you rupture the lining of your stomach? That must
Dude,
be.
he released like a video where he was like, "I'm still eating them, yo," and he was like eating
Oh,
them in the
he's still-
hospital bed.
Oh my god!
Lil Xan. Yeah.
Zen.
So you think I
Okay.
should? You think I should reach out to him for?
For advice. Yeah,
Advice
clearly,
for
he's
my
a brilliant guy.
friend.
I mean,
Yeah.
God, he's
So, what
Very
advice does your
accessible.
friend need?
he's a stellar.
my
human.
my friend he's clean or he's in the process of being, but he was telling me about all this and I was just like, and then I was the whole time he's talking to me, I'm like, why, out of all the drugs that you can, like if you wanted to do, just lose it and just dream away, there's psychedelic drugs, or speed, get you going or whatever. But the Xanax, I never known anybody that did besides him that did a bunch of them. So I always wondered what they actually did for you.
If you
Like,
have-
what's the turn on? Like,
Well,
why
there's
would
no-
you be
there's
like?
no turn on? But if you do suffer from anxiety, the relief.
Well, apparently with some of these people there
the
is because
relief
he's like
you
hooked
get
on
from
'em.
the relief. Well, this is what happens because 30 years ago I had suffered from anxiety, and my
Okay.
doctor said try these Xanax. And what happens is, as soon as they wear off, the anxiety you had beforehand is even worse.
Oh my god!
That's why they're so addictive.
Oh my god!
So
That sounds like a nightmare.
It is
Why
a
would a
nightmare.
doctor want to do that to you?
Yeah, well, anyway,
Dumb dog.
it's not. It's
I don't
very
know.
addictive.
I don't know what this escape from, because the paralyzing fear of it's just horrifying. What that could possibly be. Like I get stressed out. That's the only way I can relate to it. And it's horrible. Absolutely horrible. So I don't know if you could just take a pill and that would go away. I guess I could see now how that would be.
Yeah.
Well, doctors are more careful about prescribing these because for some people, they are so very addictive.
Yeah.
I knew a real drug dealer probably about 25 years ago in my early 20s. This kid was the real thing. He had a whole, I don't know how you would describe it, herd of people who had prescriptions that he would buy their shit off of and resell it on the streets and whatnot. And the pills that this guy would go through was unbelievable. How he $5-10 a pill, and he was buying them it was so cheap. It was unbelievable, man. The amount of pill poppers that were out there in the community. This kid, and he was barely 18, and no joke, I believe his name was Randy, and he had two big ones that seem to be the biggest sellers: Klonopin and lorazepam. Are you guys?
This dude, I think this dude was telling me last night that he did both of those things.
Yeah, those are both similar drugs.
I mean, I did a few. Like, I would go to him to buy dime bags and bring them out to college, and he would sell me herb. And I tried a few of those pills with a few beers, and you get this weird warm glow. You feel really nice and chill. And it's not good, dude, because then the next day, like you were just saying, you feel really shitty.
Right.
Not like you drank, but you drank and put chemicals in your body, and you feel like an asshat, and you just don't feel right the next day. But a lot of these pill people would just take more pills.
Right.
It's like the never-ending cycle.
And man,
a lot of those people, the same thing happened with they went into the opiate-based ones, especially that one really strong one, whatever the hell it's called.
Fentanyl?
Not fentanyl, but the opiate.
Oxycontin?
Oh,
yeah,
the
that's
pills.
the one.
Okay.
Yeah, he did those too.
Well, I'm sure he those weren't around in 25 years ago.
No,
but
they weren't.
The same thing I envisioned with the people that were taking the shit that he sold. The next generation of those people would have been taking the OxyContin, and the unfortunate thing that led to opiate addiction, which ended up causing heroin addiction in some people.
Yeah.
Amazing. They can start with something that's made by pharmaceuticals that's legitimate, but yet it creates the same craving that they know can also be satisfied by buying heroin, which is essentially derived from the same plant. Both of them are processed differently, of course, but for that junkie or that addict at that time, apparently they have that sense that oxys and heroin are the same thing, right? It seems to be just understood. You could start by getting addicted to one thing, but it seems like they can transition into this other thing, the accessibility or the knowledge. I don't know.
I guess people know that you get the same effect.
You know what I mean? Though,
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's he's a good dude too. It's not like he's made all horrible decisions in life or anything. So I feel sorry for him.
Chemical
but he's getting it. He's it's been over a month now, and he had to wean himself off. He couldn't just he said he'd die if he would just stop taking them.
Right, that sucks. Poor feller.
But I was always like, when people say they took Xanax or something, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. You know, I didn't realize it was,
It's a big deal.
because I really haven't known personal people that really struggled with it. I will tell you that you were talking about that dude that you knew. My wife's good friend, she was in the rave scene, and she moved out of town, so we hadn't seen her in a while, you know. So she was coming into town to go to this rave, and we're like, "Oh, we'll pick you up from the airport and take you to the rave." And we knew she was, you know, she's always been, you know, doing ecstasy and all that crap, you know. And but she had this press thing, and she was in the back seat of our car, and she had like powder, and she was making feel like Special K or something, maybe, I don't know, maybe that was it. They were like, it looked real grainy looking, but she pressed these pills the whole ride from the airport to this rave that we took her to, and we were so pissed, man. We didn't talk to her for like, I don't know, five plus years after that happened.
Why were you pissed? Because she put you at risk by having
exactly. She didn't say nothing. We just looked back there, and that's what's going on in her back seat. You know, we're like talking to her. Oh, it's so good to see you. You know, haven't seen you in so long, and she's back there, and you know, pharmacy in my back. Well, it was my wife's car, and it was her. You know, kind of bestest type friend. You know, so she was really disappointed, and like we didn't talk to her for like 5 years.
Damn.
She ended up getting caught doing coke at my wedding. It shouldn't surprise me. Well, it doesn't surprise me.
What do you mean caught? You had cops at your wedding?
No, but like
Someone saw her.
Rumor got spread around.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what she was doing? You know,
she was doing lines in the toilet.
I don't know.
I'm just gonna guess.
That was 25 years ago, almost.
Right. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Wow, 25 years, huh?
Yeah, man. This year, yeah, the big 25.
Unbelievable.
Outstanding.
So fun, man. I do it all. That was a great night. That was fun. Good shit. She almost didn't marry me though. I think I might have said that last week or a couple weeks ago.
No, I don't remember that.
Well, my brother had. If I start talking about it, you might remember. My brother, the hair, and he went to get his haircut by the same chick that was cutting her hair.
But I did. Okay, she would have married you anyways, no matter how.
Yeah, she would. But luckily, her cousin was here, and he calmed her down. It was like, come on, you gotta go through this. All these people are here. How's
your brother doing?
My brother, I don't talk to him very often. He just does whatever he can to, you know, he lives in a really stereotypical, crappy, horrible apartment. It's actually better now than places he's lived in, because it's been as close to homeless as possible, you know. And like closets of like a tattoo parlor he lived in for a while, and he bragged about his situation, you know, like every day he's doing selfies on Facebook of him in front of the sign, you know, because he was part of the community, you know, that hung out there at the tattoo parlor that he lived in the closet of is how it comes out, you know.
Well, does he have crazy tats?
No, he does have a couple, you know, not like he's not sleeved up by any means, but he was, you know, he's real into his art, you know, and that scene, and you know, trying to be different and not fitting in, and you know, he's just always been like, he was a big Dungeons and Dragons player, you know.
Yeah. Now this whole conversation,
like okay, so we went to this is so crazy about my brother. We were at my house, and my one skater friend walked by my brother's room to go to my room, and he's like, "Oh, I think there's weed in that room." So we all went. Well, I didn't go in there because I knew what they were going to find, all kinds of stupid shit. But one of the things they found was, do you know those Rorschach tests where it's like paint, like you fold it paper in half and you try to.
Yeah, right.
Well, they did that. This is so fucked up. My brother and his girlfriend, she thought she was a witch or something, and they did that with her. What's the best way to describe it? Her menstrual cycle.
Oh
God.
And like it was like some kind of deal, you know. Like
still not a good way to describe it.
I know, man. I know, dude. What do you want me to say, man? It's a story that I need to tell.
Oh God. This is fucking
Smokesteve's
therapy hour.
Right.
Exactly.
So that gives you a little taste of my brother. he lived in this one place, and it was this college town, and he didn't even go to college there. It was this little bitty town, out in the middle of Missouri.
Hmm.
And that we go to this. I had just kind of. I don't even know if we weren't really me and my wife. We weren't even like officially like dating. We hung out so much. It was like we knew, we both liked it. We just couldn't. I think either one of us don't like rejection, so we just couldn't like take. Neither one of us would take that risk and go for it with the other one. So we were still at the denial phase where we just hung out with each other 24/7 for like 3 months or whatever it was. But anyway, I took her out to my brother's house that lived in this house, and it was like it should have been an abandoned house, and there's all these people lived in it, and there was crosses painted on every square inch of this inside of this house, like red crosses, like hand painted
On the walls?
yeah, on everything. The pillars, it was a real neat old house, like it had
Yeah.
like character to it, you know what I'm saying, like pillars everywhere.
Uh-huh.
And anyway, supposedly they all thought that this town had this river that ran underneath it that was a river of blood from all the vampires and stuff.
How old was your brother
My
then?
brother, I was probably 21, so he was
Okay.
probably 26, and there was like older people that lived there because we went up to the top, and I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and I just brought this girl out there, and it was like really like crazy, and we were up at this. They had this circle of people sitting around this in the upstairs, this big room, and they were all passing this it was like a wine bottle, but it had like gold. It was like something that was sitting, like you took a wine bottle and or maybe they poured it into this cool looking wine bottle, but it was red wine, and
Like
all
a
wanted
carafe, like a decanter. Or
yeah, and like passed it from one to the other, and something you'd see on a pirate ship or something, like a tall
Pirate
wine
ship.
thing,
Okay. Jesus.
and they were all drinking out of it, and they just insisted that we took a drink every time they come around. We were like, no, we're good. We
Yeah,
don't need
that's
to
right.
be.
Looking
But we were
around,
supposed
I'm
to
going to
stay.
say no.
We were supposed to stay in that house that night, because my brother's like, come on out, you can stay in my place,
I mean, was your concern possibly like there could be like shrooms
Hepatitis.
or acid or
Well,
communicable
no,
diseases?
it was sketch, dude. Like when my brother had left for a while. I can't remember why he left, just for like a half an hour or something. And this guy came in this room because my brother's room like opened the one side of it, like it was probably just curtains that closed it off from like another room.
Right.
And the guy was sitting in a couch that was backed up to the room that me and her were sitting in. And he sat down and he was like Chip. He stared off in a different direction, but he was talking to us. And he was telling us how we would be surprised how easy it is to influence kids to do whatever you need done if you do it with give them video games. And he said that they watched over his coffin during the daytime while he slept. And this dude was like 40 years old or something.
Well,
A shaved bald, just
one
totally.
creepy
And he
dude.
lived there. He lived in that house. Totally sketchy. So yeah, we were going to have no part of staying overnight at that house.
Yeah. Good
Yeah,
move.
that's like all of a sudden a Motel 8 goes from being a crack den to like, hey, let's go to Motel 8.
It was this little bitty town. There was like no choice. It was like one hotel that we had to stay. It was closer to the highway, and it was like what you're saying, like a Motel 8 or whatever.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And the
I've
funny thing,
stayed
that was
up-
back when Jerry Springer was on, and that's crazy. We got that room, and it was we opened the door and it was one single bed, and this was at, like I said, the real uncomfortable time where we weren't like, totally admitting that we liked each other, and we opened that door and there's only one room in the whole town to get, and there's one queen bed sitting in the middle of that room. It was like, well, much better than staying at my brother's house. So
you did. So how'd it go?
Exactly. I mean, come on. Yeah.
Was that
yeah.
was that when
I
the
will
relationship
say,
changed?
there was no chance of monkeypox happening that night, but I will say that was pretty much the turning point. Now coming back to think about it, of
I
our
see.
relationship,
Right.
Outstanding. So it all worked out really well.
it did. Well, it was. I always look at situations like that. Even horrible, absolute horrible situations, and they're still memorable. They still make you who you are. You know what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
I don't like, I try not to, horrible deaths in the family, everything that makes you people picking on you in school, all that stuff makes you who you are, good or the bad. And if one of those things didn't happen, you wouldn't be exactly who you are today. So I embrace anything that happens pretty much.
Yep.
I agree. It's cool. Good way to look at it, man. For sure.
So yeah, that was just another crazy, but that gives you a taste of how my brother is, because that's pretty much been my life, with my brother.
Mm-hmm. He's very eccentric, obviously.
Yeah, he's eccentric would be one way to describe him.
I remember something I wanted to talk about. Afa, did you watch that video Smokesteve posted with the director of Black Panther?
No, I didn't watch that, but I could tell that
man.
it raised quite like I need to watch it is what I got.
It was amazing.
What exactly is going on?
Well, I don't know. He's making a film or something. He needs cash to pay people. So he walks into the bank.
I got that much.
His bank.
That's about all I got.
He hands it. He wants to take out $12,000 in cash, and naturally he doesn't want to. He doesn't want the teller, waving around.
Right. But why didn't he just tell her instead of handing her the note?
He wanted it to be discreet. He didn't want to even say it out loud. It's like some hand scrawled note, like on a torn off sheet of paper that you would, send a bomb threat in.
I mean, it is a little bizarre, but I'm sure what comes after this, I'm not going to even believe.
Well, so he asks, he gives his ID. It's a debit card, so he scans the debit card. It's him. But the fact, because he sent a hand scrawled note, because he's wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And
was this recently? I wondered that too, or was this like in the middle of the pandemic?
It wasn't too long ago. I don't remember. It might have been further back though, when things
more where it was, because it is a little. I wouldn't say strange, but it's a little more odd. It would add to to this point, with the hand scrawled note and the one person that came in the last hour with a mask on. But anyway, what happens next?
So, the teller it's obviously a young black woman. The director is a black man. And she's confused, as you might expect. And she asks the bank manager, what do I do? And the bank manager tells her to call the police.
Mm.
So she's calling the police, and we have the 911 call. And it's really, she's like, yeah, he handed me a note. He did show me his ID. He didn't make any threats, but
he scanned his bank card.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't seem right. So the cops come, and they
rightfully so. The cops come because they have no fucking idea about.
Yeah, they don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah,
but so they handcuff him, and they don't take him down to the ground. He's not resisting, but he's unhappy, as you might imagine, since he's not breaking any laws. He's asking for his money, and he identified himself. It's not like he went with a gun or anything.
Right.
And there's a narrator who's kind of discussing all the legal Supreme Court cases.
I saw you weren't so happy with the narration.
I mean, it was good. It was actually good.
I read your comment.
The kid does a lot of research.
Right.
And he tries to tie them together. Sometimes he's spot on, sometimes he's not. But at least it's content that somebody's putting some effort into.
Absolutely.
Right. And I will say, making live leak videos, I would make one sometimes and I would think, oh, there's no way anybody could find anything wrong with this,
Right.
And it was 90% of the people thought everything was wrong with what I said.
Right.
Yeah. So what happens then?
It's no big deal. He gets upset. But he's not losing his cool at all. He wants to know, who, the badge numbers and the names, and they provide it. And at some point, a supervisor comes and realizes that the guy is not high. He just tells him to unhandcuff him, and he's free to go.
Oh, they handcuffed him.
They handcuffed him.
Why did they handcuff him?
It's their policy when they're uncertain about what's going on.
I think there was a child involved who had been taken into custody or some kind of.
No, was there a child? I didn't think
there was somebody else in the car.
Oh, was there? I didn't know that.
I believe, which also was kind of confusing. But yeah, it was definitely interesting. Huge fuck up on the bank manager or whoever called.
Right.
They kind of called it in as a bank robbery was what it came in as.
Well, why else
I
would
don't
you
know,
call the
was
police, right?
the dispatcher or the
So bank robbery was mentioned at some point.
I think there was an uncertainty of whether it was anything from a bank robbery to just a strange request, and it was clear that the dispatcher who was on the 911 call didn't believe necessarily there was a bank robbery going on. And the dispatcher asked some straightforward questions. Did he give his ID? And the answer was yes. And so he kind of asked, well, what's the problem? But the police claimed that they were told that it was a possible bank robbery. And when they got there, they basically, did they arrest him? That was one question. Quote, arrest him.
Was he being detained?
He was being detained. That was true.
Wow.
That was definitely the case.
for the safety of the attending officers, of course.
Right.
That's all they have to say.
It seems like the office has got to be at fault at least a little bit too.
I don't think they're at fault based on what we know from this.
But
this
for
video.
handcuffing him,
Well, for as far as they know the situation, this is a bank. This is a man asking for money. That puts them in the range of something where it could be a bank robbery. So
yeah, but that's not.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a very rare situation. It's one of those situations that's like, this ain't gonna happen. It's not like we have to pass laws to correct this wrongdoing.
Right.
But it seems like their policy has to be, they have to have some reason to handcuff the person.
Well, so this narrator goes into some detail and does a good job of describing the various kinds of restraints. There's the Terry stop, which you can do where the standard is reasonable suspicion, not probable cause. There's a lower standard called reasonable suspicion. And his claim was that putting handcuffs on somebody constitutes can be a Terry stop, in which the only standard you need is reasonable suspicion. And he talks about the Supreme Court cases that
was there surveillance camera of this?
There probably was a surveillance.
Like you're not like you said that he was questioning him and he was asking for their badge number. Is there a video of all this?
Yes.
Okay, so when the cops got there, did they bum rush him or were they just
No, they were calm.
They were calm.
Yeah.
They kind of told him, "Listen, we don't know kind of what's happening here, but we're going to."
Did they do him right there at the counter, or did they take him aside?
It seemed at the point that the cops got there, he was already out by his vehicle.
Okay.
It was.
I don't know if it was his vehicle or he was already detained and it was in the police car that he was sitting.
Yeah,
in.
I'm not sure. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
he was outside. Like maybe their cams weren't on when he got originally detained inside, but.
But the one person I think to blame is the bank manager. The teller is, she's a young woman. She doesn't have that much experience.
Right.
The bank manager, who she discussed this with, should have been calm and said, well, it's his money. He's identified himself. It's not a bank robbery.
Right.
He's just going to the bank to get his money. The fact that he passed a scribbled note.
Did he go out and talk to the guy?
What guy?
Did the bank manager go out and assess the situation?
I don't think so.
Observed it. He sort of observed it
because he had no reason. It's not like the guy was like, "Don't go get your bank manager. Go get my money." It sounds like he should have assessed the situation before it escalated to where
he or she. Yeah.
I mean, to me, there's a simple explanation here for one of the reasons why this happened. Because when you go to meet somebody at a desk in a bank, sometimes you might have to wait, and this guy clearly knew that. That's why he wanted to just go to the teller.
I bet you're right. He didn't want to make a big production. He wants to go in, get his money, come out.
And the thing is, this is why banks are so archaic, is that if you want to sit down with a person, you often have to wait. You make an appointment. Often their appointment before runs 20 minutes late. You're sitting there in this uncomfortable, shitty fucking chair.
We've all done this.
3 lollipops, and you're like, why am I sitting here to talk to a person about something that's going to make them money when it should all be done in a different way. It doesn't make any sense. It seems so archaic to me.
You got to put a little blame on the dude himself too. I mean, given a handwritten note. I mean, I understand.
If I gave like this to the
yeah,
and this was my notes from the show.
right,
Right, exactly.
There's things that like I'm not going to go in with a bandana tied behind my back, and sunglasses on. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
It's not wrong, but I know that that's not the proper way to go into a bank and handle my business. So the guy shouldn't have went in there and handed him a torn off piece of paper with a handwritten note saying withdraw a ton of money. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason why he can't just quietly say. I mean, when you go into a bank, you can go talk one-on-one at somebody's desk if you want to, and you
That's
can
what I'm
withdraw
saying,
that
though.
amount of money.
To get to that desk often takes, and
It takes time.
it takes time, like many minutes, 20.
Well,
half
still
hour.
go up. It's not like somebody. If you go up to the counter, it ain't like somebody is standing over your shoulder and being like, "Oh, what you doing? What you about to do?" There's distance between you and the next cat. Where
I hear you,
could,
but I could imagine if I'm taking out $12,000, I don't even want to whisper for fear that the person at the next counter is going to
I mean,
hear me text his friend, and
when you
they'll
put it,
take me out.
that's
when
the
I leave.
only reason I can see. If you're afraid to have anybody know that you were going to carry that much money.
Right.
I was just assuming at this
the-
point that he was
you-
like maybe wanting, because he's a director of a movie or something, and
You're right.
withdrawing a bunch
You
of
think
money.
He was like gaslighting, like trying to like.
Well, I wonder. It's definitely plausible that he was like trying to get some type of reaction, and
Huh.
You think so?
it's possible.
know.
I mean, I don't know. I didn't watch the video. I'm just going off what you two guys have told me about it. So
I don't think so, but that is a possibility.
yeah, I don't think it is, but it could be.
I mean, he's not an old guy, so he might not have ever done this before and didn't think it was a big deal.
No, he said he had done it many times.
Oh, okay. That's right.
I don't know. I think I find that hard to believe, Aphid. I don't. I mean, that's an interesting thought. And he did look like he was doing a little acting there when he was kind of like he had to be quiet for a minute.
I mean, think of it this way: we are all talking about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't look like he was happy to be the subject of this police
I don't
presence.
I don't think it was fake. I think he was
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it.
Yeah, it was an interesting one.
But I get the feeling that he later apparently he wrote something later saying that that Bank of America had made him whole again. So I have the feeling that they paid him.
Bag of
just like those poor two little girls that got shunned by that Sesame Street dancer.
That's right. That payment's coming.
Oh man, they deserve every cent of that.
Yeah.
Their lives were ruined from that.
It's over for them.
Meanwhile, the poor whoever it was, Abby Gadabby or whoever the monster's name was, I'm
Big
not
Bird,
even
I think.
sure. Was it Big Bird?
No, I don't think it was Big
No,
Bird.
it wasn't Big Bird.
No,
It was a lesser known character.
Yeah, it was. I didn't
waving
know.
off a baby because their line of sight is so small they're liable to put a baby in their hand and drop the thing on its head. So they're like trying to not have their company sued.
Right.
So they're waving off this mother and saying, "We can't hold babies. I'm sorry." Simultaneously, there's two little girls with their mother filming who makes the point that look at how she waves them off because the color of their skin.
Right.
Nothing to do with each other.
You probably didn't see those little kids there at all.
Right.
No.
Well, this
Dude,
person.
they see like these fucking
Exactly.
dogs are like way out here. They're like,
There's a person in that suit, and most likely it's a young, if it's not a chick, it's a flamboyant, dude,
What? Look at you and
And-
your stereotypes.
Anyway,
Monkeypox.
that person, the last thing they want to do in front of cameras, in front of other people that are in those suits dancing around, in front of people that know every single thing they're doing, is going to just brush off some two kids because they're black. I mean, that's never going to be the case.
Never.
Now,
Not in a million years.
I certainly saw the kids' reaction, and they were upset, and
They were. I felt
that breaks
sorry
your
for
heart.
them.
I
feel sorry for
I
them.
certainly understand the parents not being happy.
But on a hot summer day, a kid's got an ice cream.
I'm sorry.
Kids, I was just gonna say it's like a hot summer day, and a kid's got a double scoop of ice cream, and they both fall off because they melt. It's sad, but they don't get $20 million or whatever it is.
Imagine the poor slob in this suit who's sweating gallons of water trying to get through the little march and
last answer, you're absolutely right. What's going to happen is they're going to give them an amount of money to shut them up.
Right, exactly.
And this whole thing will just go away, and then
everybody's prices will go up.
Exactly.
And nobody will know why.
Oh, well, that's one thing that, with these stupid telemarketers that at my shop I get. I would say 75% of my telephone calls are from, and that most of them aren't even people anymore. It's like a robot, that just has a recorded message. And the reason that they pay, to have somebody record that message or pay to have somebody sit there and call my shop is because there's a percentage of people out there that actually buy the product and give in to those people that call their place,
which makes it worthwhile for them to keep calling.
Exactly. If we all just banded together and we're like, no more junk mail. I'm never going to open another piece of it. Yeah. And I'm not ever going to talk to somebody that calls my phone at random. We would eliminate that problem instantly, but it's not going to happen.
I wonder what the conversion rate is. How many people pay per phone, for phone calls? 1 in 10,000?
I have a company that I deal with that does, it's like True Green Chemlon. And I don't deal with them currently, so I don't have to worry about anything happening from this conversation. But they have a team of people that is, I would say 30% of their employees is devoted to just call every second of the day. They got a whole line of fold out tables with people sitting in them, and they work on commission, and they call people after people all day long, and they got a spiel, and then if they say no, they're like, well, you could be making a mistake, this is proven to. And I will say that I've traded out them spraying my lawn, for some of the payment, and my grass never looked better as when I had them spray. But that tells you that people do listen, and when they call you and you're eating your dinner with your family and you stop everything you're doing to answer this stupid call, one out of every so many of those people, listen and go ahead and buy their service because they wouldn't do it.
Right.
That's called the cold call, when you call people without any pre-arranged date.
I actually have people come to my house, ring my doorbell, trying to sell their services. I mean, I'm always like, not interested. Get out.
That reminds me of a story I want to tell you guys. Because every week I have all these things I want to tell you, and they never come about because, like, Welshman talks about COVID or something.
Right.
Go ahead. We're still on YouTube.
So right. So I don't care.
We're still live.
So I got this guy. He's been my wood guy for years, and he changes his price, and I go change his sign or make him a new one that says how much his little stack of wood he puts on his driveway costs. And for years I get whatever wood I want, and chair wood for smoking or whatever, I just go there and go say hi to him and load up my truck. And he passed away, unfortunately, this week. But today I got this rat-a-tat-tat on my door to let me know. And it's this guy that I've known for years. And I don't know why I thought you guys would find this interesting, but we called him Thumbs. And he's got some kind of skin condition or something. I don't know what it is, where like his earlobes are real big, you can tell like something's going on with his face, and all his fingers are real big. And his
what did you call it? A skin condition?
I think it's got to be because it's like his skin's real thick, like in places. You know what I'm saying?
A genetic condition.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. Like his
Hansen's
earlobes,
disease,
his
aka
earlobes are
leprosy?
real big, and his thumbs are huge. And we called him thumbs because he could lay a $50 on a pool table and put his thumb on top of it, and you couldn't see the $50.
Are you sure he's human?
Well, it's debatable, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But anyway,
what is his sister / cousin / wife look like?
I don't know, but I will tell you, they lived back here, and his mom used carpets to cover their garden, like so the weeds wouldn't grow.
What are you pointing to? Back in the woods there?
Yeah, no, the woods are back this way. This is this way.
You got a banjo.
And they it's actually
up on the hill.
It's the people that have the Doberman pinchers that I used to make live link videos about them barking at me all the time.
Okay.
But anyway,
sounds like a type.
This was before the Doberman pinchers lived there, and she would burn her carpets every like spring when she was cleaning, and it would like just burn for days, and it would stink, like the whole neighborhood smelled like burnt carpet.
It's plastic. It's crappy.
It is.
Yeah,
Oh
it is.
God.
And today he brought it up, and we were sitting there talking, and there's this other, because Thumbs works for this woodcutter guy. That's the connection here. To the woodcutter guy, and he came to tell me that the woodcutter guy died, which I don't want to disrespect old Terry. Terry was a good man. He had like a Terry was the business owner. He passed away. He had like a 45-degree angle back because I guess from lifting wood too long.
So he walked around bent over?
Yes, he did. Old
Terry. You got a nuclear power plant behind you?
I don't know, man. So but anyway, Thumbs came rat-a-tat-tat, and he brought up the whole. His mom. I don't know if it was me or he did. Brought up the whole his mom burning those carpets every spring, and he's like, "Yeah, the one year you called the fire department and had them come over," and I was like, "What? No, we didn't, but we totally did. It was totally us that called them." But today I totally pulled it off. Like, no, dude, that wasn't me.
You lied like the Grinch. You just lied.
First responders are not supposed to reveal the name of the caller. So,
well, I don't think he. That's why he bought me telling him that it wasn't me. You know.
Oh, he was fishing. You think he was? Fishing?
He could have been. I don't think Old Thumbs is smart enough to fish, though. He only works in about 10-second periods of time.
So
you know a lot of characters.
I'm gathering that Old Thumbs isn't going to be taking on the old wood business for old.
Well,
Terry.
I don't know for old Terry. I don't know because that's one of the things you want to talk to me about, because Terry's his numbers on all these signs out by his property, which his property is worth a lot, and I know his wife's got to know that. You know, she's a younger wife. I was always like kind of skeptical of what was going on there, but it was only, he told me it was only 3 acres. It seems much bigger than that because it's rows and rows of firewood, and he's got to deal with the guys that trim the trees, and they come and bring the trees over, and he's sandwiched in between these 2 ball fields.
That's about right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Smush bananas. The end of it was smushed. It was almost like a sucker without the sucker part. It was calloused over.
I think that's a line from Shallow Hal. That the guy who's a motivational speaker. He's a huge guy. He talks to Hal, and that's what kind of flips him over. And
I didn't see that movie.
I saw it, but it's been years ago, and I don't even know if I sat through the whole thing.
And Jack Black says to this dude who's like 6'6", he's like, "Your hands are like a bunch of bananas. Your fingers are huge."
Thumbs got some big old thumbs, dude.
And then it goes on to show
earlobes.
Yeah, earlobes.
Sorry, I'm just recounting that.
No, that's all right.
Where it's the one who's cute, right? And then there's the fat chick. So like you think it's the cute chick, but then it's, you guys haven't seen it.
But yeah, it's the chick that has candles that smell like her vagina.
Right, exactly. That one.
She was married to, or she was married or dated Brad Pitt for a while. Blonde. She was in Seven. Oh, I can't think of her name.
Yeah, what's in the box?
She
That's
was
it.
married to the guy the guy
It's
that
her
was
head.
a singer dude.
That's her. Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth Paltrow. That's
Wow.
it.
Was she married to Brad Pitt?
I don't know if she was married to him, but she dated him for a long time.
She was in the movie. That was his wife. Seven.
Seven, yeah.
Okay,
That's a
I
great.
remember the movie.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Have you seen it, Last Dance?
Is that the one with
Kevin Spacey. Yeah, it's unwatchable now. He ruined it.
no,
Well,
the
you
black
remember-
guy. Black
Yeah,
actor.
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman with the box at the end.
Yep.
Don't look in it.
What's in
That
the
was
box? What's in the box?
That and Kevin Spacey was the killer. Right? That was a
Yeah,
great
Kevin
movie.
Spacey was the killer.
That was a great movie.
Good
He's not in it
psychological.
until towards the end, so you
Right.
can watch like 75% of that movie. Just when it gets to Kevin Spacey, you can't watch it no more.
Man,
That
he's
doesn't bother me.
a
I know.
damn good actor.
I'm just kidding, dude.
He was so good in American Beauty.
I was thinking about that the other day. I was taking a shower.
I saw he was in a movie.
You'd have to watch the movie to get that.
What
joke.
about
The
Death
movie where it
Penalty?
starts.
The Death
Was-
Penalty was a good one too. Go ahead.
The one where he's like starts out in a prison cell and with a bunch of other guys.
The unusual suspects or usual suspects.
You-
I don't,
Usual
yeah, that was it.
Suspects.
That was a
That's a good
Good-
movie too.
good
That's a good
movie,
movie.
too.
That's a great
an
movie.
excellent movie.
Kaiser Sose.
Kaiser Soze. That was
that's
who
it.
he was. He was Kaiser
That's right.
Soze.
Oh
That's
yeah.
right.
He'd always let one person go so they could.
I
Tell
knew it
the
was going to
story.
be him, though. You know, just
He had the limp, so
because it was Kevin Spacey. You knew he was going to, in the end, be the one to get the last guy standing.
great actor. Was he in Birdcage? No, he wasn't.
I don't know.
Birdcage with if you've never seen that,
No,
Didn't that
Okay.
Robin Williams is in there, right?
yeah, it's a game.
And then the dude that got in all the tax trouble, the black guy. What's his name?
Wesley Snipes.
Yep, I think he's in it.
I don't think Wesley Snipes was in that one, bro. You might. Wesley Snipes was in Too Long Food.
okay.
Billy
But that's
Noir, the tranny.
well,
movie.
yeah. Well, I mean, didn't Birdcage and they dress up like chicks?
They were dudes, but they were. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't be going there. I don't know.
Oh, I think we
Birdcage?
already went.
Yeah, we
Birdcage
went.
was funny as hell, dude. Very funny movie.
Did they come out around the same time? Maybe that's why I'm mistaken.
Oh man, I told you I really enjoyed that 2 days. 2 days in Hollywood.
Oh, that's on Netflix, right?
It was on. Was it Netflix? It was. It might have been Netflix, but it was one. It was Netflix or Prime.
Because I'm always looking for something to watch.
Hmm.
Because you pay for those, so you might as well use them.
Yeah, it was. Real quirky, but really quite fun.
What's it? Is it a fiction?
It's fiction, yeah.
Okay. No. Is it historical or modern?
I don't think so. No, it's. But I mean, it's got a young James Spader, and it's got quite a cast. Marsha Mason.
Young James Spader. So it's what, 20 years old, 30
It
years
was
old?
like 1996, I think. Yeah,
Oh, cool. Like it.
Marsha Mason. It's got Jeff Daniels. It's got Paul Mazursky. It's got quite a cast.
Have you ever seen Something Wild?
Lawrence Tierney is in it for just like 1 second. That's it.
Did you say Something Wild?
Yeah, you seen that movie?
Yes.
That's a good movie.
Doesn't
Ray,
ring a bell.
Is that Meg Ryan?
Meg Ryan, Ray Liotta's the bad guy, and
No, I haven't seen
Jeff Daniels is like a
Meg Ryan with the dark wig.
yeah. She looks
That's-
actually kind of cute with that wig on.
Is that the one where she bangs Jeff Daniels to the reggae music?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's a hot scene,
that.
man.
I definitely haven't seen that.
It's a very good scene.
It's a good movie. It's kind of an underground movie. Like it wasn't a huge blockbuster or anything like that, but it's really good. It's like, and it holds up pretty good too. But
Yeah,
Jeff
cool.
Daniels is like kind of just your everyday, a little bit on the nerdy side, and he like, I can't remember how I think he saw her at a restaurant or something and just like calls in sick and just hangs out with her. And then she's like way harder than he is, and he just doesn't want to admit, he's like, oh yeah, I can hang, and it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper until it almost turns, it's like kind of a comedy at the beginning, and it almost turns into like a like a crazy fucked up
Thriller,
movie.
almost.
Yeah,
Like a
yeah.
thriller kind
Towards
of.
the end,
Yeah.
because
but
Ray
that scene-
Liotta's great, like as a bad guy. He's great.
he's totally ruthless. The movie's good. It's like you say, it develops.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Well.
different type of a movie.
It's cool.
So how long do you think Joni Mitchell has left?
Oh my god,
I'm gonna
that video,
say-
dude!
I'm going to
saw
say
that.
2 months and she's gone.
I don't even know how I came across that video, but I was like, "Oh my god, oh my god!"
Right.
And she
You
just
realize that
sits there.
she can't stand. That's why she's sitting.
Well, I know.
That's how sick she is.
That's
I realized it was very poor taste, the humor I was using, but I still was going to use that humor anyway.
Oh man, I wouldn't. If it wasn't in poor taste, it wouldn't be you.
Right?
Don't change, buddy.
yeah, it didn't bother me at all. That's for damn sure.
And then there was that dude that was like sitting next to her.
Belinda Carlisle. You
Is
are
that
harsh.
is that who it was?
Yeah, I think so.
Wasn't she in like some famous band or something?
No,
She's
her
a
own.
solo.
She's
Hmm.
solo.
I'm
She's
thinking of
not-
some other Carlisle then.
Brandy Carlisle.
Randy Carlisle.
Maybe. Is it Bananarama? Was there Carlisle in there? That's what I'm thinking for some reason.
Maybe.
What was that chick name? Bananarama.
Oh, I don't know. What's the name of the girl from the cute one from the Bangles?
That's the band I'm talking about. The Bangles,
Susanna
not
Hoffs.
Bananarama.
Susanna
The
Hoffman.
Bangles. That's who I'm thinking of. Not. Who was the main singer though? Not the cute one. The other one. What was her name?
Oh, I don't know.
Susanna from
Because
what?
she went on her own and did her own stuff too. I thought that was Belinda Carlisle. Ain't Belinda Carlisle?
I don't know.
That ain't that dude that I saw sitting next to Joni Mitchell. I'll tell you that.
And what about the dude sitting behind her? That was Naomi Judd,
Oh,
right?
she's not a dude. Did she just lose her daughter? For Christ's sake!
Her mother.
Oh wait, she's the one that died, didn't she?
Oh, Winona Judd then.
Wait, which one died?
The older
Give
one. I don't
me
know
some.
which one is the mother and which one's the daughter. I
The
think
older-
Naomi's
I
the
don't know.
mother and that's who died. Winona's the daughter.
I mean, do I have to be respectful here on my channel of dead people? Well,
It's
that-
No.
your channel. You don't have to.
No.
You just be you.
How many people are watching Smokesteve?
5.
There's 5 people watching this.
The big 1-5er.
There's still 5. That's
I
amazing.
can't believe it. Yeah, that's good. That's a good. I was expecting way less. So
It hasn't
one.
been confirmed whether us 3 are
Oh.
out of the 5 or not.
yeah. Well, Mrs. Lip is one of the 5. Whether she's watching or not, it's on that TV.
and
in
my
there.
wife, and there's the 5.
Okay.
That's us two.
That makes perfect sense.
There we
I
go.
mean, essentially,
it adds up
this
now.
would be like if we were like, "Hey, let's shut this down and go to Discord."
Exactly.
Yep.
But, I mean,
Well,
this-
you're on your own now. You don't have to. You don't have to prove it to nobody.
yeah.
And
This
you
is
never
your-
know.
Do you feel? How do you feel liberated? How do you feel? Do you feel any different? Like, did you run the show differently this week?
Oh my god!
He's dying there.
Oh.
He decided to breathe in his beverage.
Is that somebody in
instead
the?
of
Is that
drinking
somebody in the private chat? I just saw something pop up on my screen. Or is that
No.
saying? Or is that
Nothing.
saying low battery?
it.
I don't got my
I
readers
got
on.
nothing in the private chat.
Yeah, I think it's saying like you're about to die or something.
All right, so how do I feel?
Yeah, I got
feel
5. I
bummed.
got 5 minutes. I got 5 minutes left, so make it quick.
I
That's
want to
good.
be.
That's what it says.
I want to be going with the alt feed guys. I still want to be part of the team.
Oh,
You know, hey, if it doesn't work out, then. And so
I
is
guess
that.
I guess this means that they're probably not going to do any more trigger warning shows. They're probably not going to do a meat space. They're probably
No.
not ever going to sit down behind a desk again. Is that what
No.
that means?
I think that's what that means.
I mean, I know it's foolish of me to say this because it has absolutely no bearing on anything that they'll ever do. But they could use my StreamYard. I would give them total access.
There you go.
to
You be the
one.
one. You be
Yeah.
the one.
Even though
Look down
you
down your nose at Hayden for a change.
guys know that they would never do that. But the offer is still there, and I would love to still be able to broadcast through their channel. on YouTube, so some of the old fans still get to follow along, because we're definitely missing some people here.
Right.
And I
Well,
think people do get to enjoy it.
I don't think people that really were regulars are gonna think that you just up and quit one day. So they know that they missed something and they're gonna be missing something. So hopefully most of them find their way to here, and
Right.
it just takes a couple weeks, 3 weeks or whatever.
That's what I'm hoping. And it seems like YouTube put it in. Some people's seem to indicate it was in their feed, which is cool, so maybe YouTube helps out with that,
Well, how would they know there was any connection? Oh, maybe because the name is almost the same, isn't it?
The name of the video is the same, but the channel is different.
Yeah, but the stream name is still the same.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, that's how I found it. I just typed in Smokesteve's International Pub on my other account, and it popped right up. It was the first thing.
This video, which hadn't even started yet.
No, it was after it started, because I came out here because I had you on my phone, which I always have on my main account, which is got my name on it. That's why I never, But anyway, here, I switched over because I can't I don't want to make comments with that user account, so I switch over always to the Aphid account. But I really only use that Aphid account for posting old live leak videos, or doing something as Aphid or commenting on your show. So I only switch over when I'm doing something like that. And I typed in Smokesteve's International Pub, and you came right up.
So, Aphid, I think I can have one person, maybe have access to the StreamYard. Would you be interested?
Well, if there's because I don't care. I don't have. I mean, right now it wouldn't matter, because
yes.
Anybody that's gonna be here is gonna be here because they have a close enough connection where they're gonna see if I'm gonna do it or you're gonna do it. But if you get some kind of thing going and all those other people get going over here, and there's a week where you're not gonna host the show, sure.
Okay.
Cool. If I'm gonna now, am I saying that if you're not gonna be here one week, I'm definitely gonna do a show? No, it will be the same as I always do. If it works out, I'll do it.
Yeah. Now, because I'm paying for this thing, I'm going to say, I'm going to make attempts to do a show every week, and it might not always be on Saturday. Might be on Friday. But also by having you with this access, I don't know if that's going to create that you could be some kind of a StreamYard mod or something, or I don't really
I would,
know.
but what would that do? You could make me a mod on YouTube, in the chat. But I've never been in the chat and been like, "Oh, Smokesteve, don't see this, and I need to take care of this."
No,
so
yeah,
I better
it's
do.
not that
You know what
big.
I'm saying?
It's
So it's kind of like when Cypher this was like, I don't know, he was warning me about something. I don't know. He's always warning me about something, but and I'm like, well, making more mods for the Discord. I didn't really need it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, if you ever feel you need something and you need my help in any way, you do whatever you need, and I'm on board with you. So that answers your question.
I think you're going to be my +1 that they have allowed, if you will.
All right, there you go. I got your back.
Thanks, buddy.
Luckily that guy had my back today, man, and took care of that money I was owed, because that guy, it was one of those weed dudes with the seeds or whatever, and I was like, is this guy just never gonna pay me? And not ever gonna, because I still had hundreds of dollars worth of.
We lost him.
We
It
did
died.
lose him.
That's
Yep.
the 5 minutes.
That's the 5 minutes.
Holy shit, that's crazy. Is he gonna come back? Doubtful,
I don't think
right?
so.
I think that's
I'm gonna use that as an excuse to say goodbye myself.
all right. We'll see you, dude.
I had a great time, and thanks for doing the show. Thanks for having me on.
Anytime. No problem.
Take care.
All right, man. See ya.
Later.
Bye. There he is. Aphid, you're down and out in Beverly Hills. I'll leave you off. I'll give you 30 more seconds while I have a few more tokes. Thank you for being here, everybody. And thank you for YouTube for being such a great platform. I hope to grow my channel. And I hope that I can get the information to possibly stream through alt feed as well. If not, You can always come here to find me. And you can find me on Twitter under Smokesteve. That'll be the end of the broadcast for tonight, everybody. Thanks for being here. And I bid you good night.